updated everything. We updated all the wireless points. Sorry. Are you on or? Winter 2025. Adam, is it capital W or all capitals? Winter 2025. We told him not to change it. He changed it. Which is probably a good idea. Which one are you using? Yep. What? That's a, yeah, we put a couple more access points in to give more, and then updated them all. The other one's all lowercase Shenango, 4809. That's the general. Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody to the December 10th, 2025 Town Board Meeting. Will you please stand and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call.
Mr. Slota? Mr. Simonis?
Here.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Hulbert?
Here.
Mr. Warden?
Here. Mr. Clerk, Communications?
Yes, I have a couple here. I'd like to bring back up raising the price of dog license fees. Just want to raise it $1 for late fees to help offset the postage, rising increase. Also, it has been brought to my attention by Pyramid that the clerk's office has 2 computers whose warranty will be expiring in January and February. They have advised me to purchase new ones for $1,822, just to bring them to the board's attention. And my deputy is a grant writer, and I was thinking about turning him loose to look for grants for the record scanning project with the board's permission. He'll of course be charging the town. That's all.
What was the price on those computers again? That was the total price?
That was for 2 computers, yep, $1,822. The 5-year warranty is an extra $436.
All righty. We're going to move on to open forum.
Sorry, Kevin.
Do you want to address this now, or?
No, Adam had told me about an issue with the logging in.
Yes.
And I can't get on. So is there? Thank you. That's for the TLC Guest Wireless.
The guest one should be the same.
Yeah, that's the same. That's
The-
Shenango 4809, all lowercase.
The unified one, the town one, is different.
Okay, if you pass me that down, I'll get a lot done.
Okay, we're gonna move along to open forum. Guests shall speak in an orderly fashion or limited to remarks of 5 time minutes or less. The speaker shall deliver their comments and concerns in a civil tone and without the use of profanity, personal attacks, or other disruptive behavior which may result in the offender's removal from the meeting. The speaker shall not be interrupted except in a matter of urgency. Would anybody like to speak tonight? We'd like to have you come up to the microphone if you do. Come up to the microphone.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, you can turn it down, put it, face it towards you.
Here. Can you hear me? All right. I'm Karen Allen. I'm here about the solar moratorium that's coming up. I'm reading this on behalf of my husband also, who's at work tonight. Says, good evening, I'm Karen Allen. I live at 1220 River Road with my husband, and he's working. So I'm here on behalf of both of us. I just want to share one concern about the proposed solar moratorium. I'm asking the town board not to change or adjust the wording of the moratorium before the public hearing on January 7th. The developer has already asked for changes so their project can be protected. But from everything we understand, the project is only grandfathered if it's fully approved before a moratorium goes into effect. And this project is not approved. If the town changes the law now before the public has even had a chance to comment, it gives the developer an advantage and weakens the whole purpose of the moratorium. I'm also asking the town board to make it clear to the planning board should not be rushed to approve this project in the next couple of weeks. They still have meetings before January 7th, and a lot of us are worried that the developer is trying to get a quick approval just to beat the moratorium. The project will permanently affect the people who live next to it, including us. All we're asking is just fairness of process and for the residents to have a real voice before any decisions are made. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, would anybody else like to speak tonight? Sure, come on up.
Hey everybody, I know most of you, Keegan Coughlin with Coughlin and Gerhart. We just saw that the RFPs were on the agenda and we were here if you guys had any questions for us. And just wanted to note, we did identify a lead attorney in that proposal, but as I'm sure some of you remember from working with us before, we're more than willing to be flexible with the town to make sure the right personality fits represent the board if we were to be chosen. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to speak?
Hi, Fred Manchilli. I live at 35 Green Meadow Lane. Just to add to Karen's note there, I talked to Diane yesterday, and there is a planning board meeting on the 22nd, and she told me that Jody Hunt from New Equity will be there to speak. So I just hope they don't try to sneak something in there on the solar project. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else before we move on? Okay, seeing anybody, we're going to move on to old business 5.1, RFP for professional review. Everybody's got that information in front of them. So we have 3 of them on the agenda tonight: attorney services, engineering services, and insurance brokerage services. How would you like to start? With attorney?
Fine with me, that's listed there.
Okay. Anybody have any discussion on it?
The discussion that I want to just kind of get an overall feeling for, as far as how we're looking at it, is with the breakup of there's two issues for me. The breakup of the representation in whole or in aggregate for the different boards, and for the conflict of interests. Those have been two issues. The conflict of interest has been an issue for this board in the past, and I just think I would like that to be part of the dialogue and the discussion for what we're going to be doing moving forward for an attorney.
So from your perspective, you'd like to see two different persons represent each of the boards?
Not necessarily each of the boards, but I do think that it's important to separate out an internal conflict of interest with an attorney representing the ZBA and the other boards. I think that's a potential conflict of interest for the same attorney. There are certainly pitfalls against that, but I think a separation of those attorneys, from my point of view, is best, because we've had conflict of interests with decisions in that process. So that would be an easy way to avoid that, is if they were two separate attorneys. We also are required from our code standpoint to have a separate attorney for the ethics board. So that attorney is a separate attorney from any of the other boards. I don't know of any legal reason or anything like a regulation or a requirement that the attorney for the planning board, town board, ZBA have to be different. My point of view is that we just avoid a conflict there.
So are you suggesting 4 different people assigned to the different boards, or do you think that planning and ZBA could be the same person?
I think that that they could be the same person. I would think that the town board and the planning board be represented by the same firm is reasonable, and then a separate attorney for the ZBA and the ethics, because really it's the ethics that has got to be separate from the town board.
But are you suggesting, if I'm hearing you right, is a separate firm as well for ethics and ZBA?
Not a third firm, just
No, I'm saying just a second firm
a second firm from a different firm than who's
representing the town board.
town board.
But the same firm, you're comfortable with representing the town board and the planning board?
I am, yeah.
When's the last time there was a separation like that?
There wasn't. Don Walls was the town attorney for everything, and then Kaufman and Gerhardt took that position, or took that contract after that.
And I hear what you're saying. I'm asking your opinion if you think it would be reasonable, judging by how these proposals are broken up, to be able to engage someone for the ZBA and, like, say, the ethics board.
I think they're broken up that way.
No, they are broken
Yeah.
up that way. I just don't know if it's advantageous for someone to say, hey, you know what, we'll do that, or we just need to do something in regards to a retainer for someone on
Yeah,
that,
that-
just because it's a smaller value.
Doesn't go bid at that point.
I guess that's what I'm looking at too, because if we look at this, at the dollar amounts that we'd be talking about for the ethics and the zoning board,
I think, I'm pretty sure that the RFP addressed it that way, that the proposals were all for all of them and for individual, and that's why they broke out the pricing that way. And that, because the town board could elect to choose one for all of it, or splitting it up.
Thoughts
Is-
on that?
Is the RFP document here that I can see?
Yeah, it is.
Yes,
Look
yes,
at this.
all the way towards the bottom, right?
I personally have no problem, any combination that we do it. I'm very comfortable with the way we have it right now. If we can have a small, the athlete sports is by itself, that's okay. We don't seem to use it that much lately since I've been on the board. But I have no problem. You guys have to talk me out of doing it differently, but I'm fine keeping it all, the general planning board and the zoning board the same. That's the way I looked at it before I came in here, before Gene started talking about it. But I don't have any strong feeling to split them up, I guess, that's what I'm saying.
And Gene, I don't have the experience of being here long enough to know what the conflicts are, but I could certainly see conflicts that could arise, particularly with the zoning board. So I don't have a problem breaking them up. I mean, I see the value of it without knowing what some of the conflicts that, you have in your head that you've been thinking about. You've expressed a few of them in the past, but I don't have the details to them, but I can certainly see the value of it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a value in separating that out. We've had issues in the past with it all being under one firm. It's just but I do have, the conflict of interest thing has come up a lot in the past with not being able to represent for things that we need to have legal advice on. So I think that's the main one for me for the town board.
Can we, let's pretend right now we say, yes, we're gonna vote. We have two RFPs, just so the general public's understanding exactly what we're looking at. We say yes to both of them, we divide those up. Does one of the firms then get to come back to us and say, never mind, we're not interested? Because the problem is like when I look at the breakdown, if you're gonna put the zoning board and ethics as one, financially, do they get to say, no, we're not interested? Because it's not a huge chunk of money based on, I just don't know how it works. Because I didn't come in here thinking that way, to your point. I just was under the impression that we would stay with one. And I'm not saying I'm for or against either, because I understand the conflicts too, but.
So from my point of view, the RFP was presented that way.
Okay.
So, but to address your question specifically, any offer that the town board makes to either one of the firms about that, it's a proposed for agreement, and they can accept it or not. And we would be offering it in accordance with what the fees were associated with that scope of service for those. So that is one of the paths that is up to them. But they proposed on it, they didn't object to it in any of them.
Okay, I think that's where we're at, is we gonna make a motion on this? Or do we do it by, eventually we have to do it by resolution.
We do, the conflict of interest is just, the conflict of interest that I was talking about is more along the lines of not between the boards, but between the projects where we're expending just as much on outside council costs as our council costs. And that's what I really have a hard time with all of this. started 4 or 5 years ago with, you know, an $80,000 attorney fee, and it's where, you know, it is where it is being proposed today. And that's with a lot of exclusions, not just conflict of interest, but we have now out of scope is significant FOIL requests, you know, all those things that have been, you know, an issue in the past have been pulled out.
So in essence, we may be penalizing a firm just due to their outside success, because they're been used by a lot of different people. I'm not saying it's bad or
No,
good.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And yeah, I understand what you're saying. But it's also, you know, municipal attorneys, and that's the world. I mean, we shouldn't be having a conflict of interest because of a client issue on a town project.
When I look at both proposals, there's a line item in here that says general planning / zoning council services. So as part of that line item, there's general counsel to the planning board. So I don't necessarily see those split up in either proposal for just general counsel services for just planning board or planning and the town board. I see the general, but I'm not sure because they're both worded identical. So I don't know, I'd have to go back through the RFP and see if that's what we had put in there, that general planning and zoning. Because it appears that the planning and zoning are combined on that line item.
For that one.
That's how I'm reading it as well. In the tabulation sheet, I don't know if I decipher it the same way because of how it's written.
Yeah, when I put the RFP together, I'm not sure, Gene, I was thinking of it as general planning and zoning, or planning, zoning by itself. So I don't recall that as being, so I mean, if you look at my proposal and Coughlin's proposal, our planning and zoning services are largely lumped together.
Correct.
Right, that's the way I'm seeing it as well.
And that's what made me originally ask, does this have to go back out to RFP because of how they structured, how that's written? Never mind how the RFP goes out, because I did quickly read that and I understand how it asks for them a la carte. And I also see where it says if you get all of the work, are there built-in discounts? But that's not reflected on either proposal unless I'm reading them incorrectly.
So, you guys divide up what you think. I can change, like, right now I still wanna keep it just the same, just to get the project done, to get the conversation started. You guys lump them together how you want, and I'll join in, but I'm for just one for all, just like we got it now.
I don't know if we can split them up without going back out. I mean, I don't believe it's fair to them if they didn't bid it that way. You're saying you didn't bid it that way.
I mean, I did separately identify zoning and planning services as separate, but I didn't consider doing general and planning, not zoning.
Right, I don't think Coughlin did either. You didn't do town or planning combined.
No, how I read it was that it was asking for general counsel as a separate, planning and zoning as a separate, ethics as a separate, and then combined with the exclusion of ethics because of the town code, but that's not, it can't be
have some more discussion, or anybody like to make a proposal, a motion?
I mean, I agree with Dave. I haven't been here as long to see. I mean, there is a process built in for when there's conflict of interest. But I haven't been here firsthand to see how that process failed, or is it the overall cost of that that is the concern?
That's two issues. The conflict of interest between the boards is a separate issue than the conflict of interest on the client side for the attorneys. And that one, if I'm gonna prioritize or make something more significant than the other as far as, you know, rating the significance of it, we have had much more fees included with the client conflict of interest and projects delayed because of those issues than anything else. And I just, whichever firm or firms that we go with, there has to be some continuity on this conflict of interest issue to just go away. Because we can't be isolating out projects like that and incurring costs for that reason. And I don't remember how many conflicts of interest when we had just one attorney with Don Walls. I just don't, it wasn't there. A couple times. I'm not gonna say it never happened. And there was also specialty items that came up with different attorneys on why we had to get a different attorney. It was just outside of the general scope of general counsel. And I'm not including that in the conflict of interest conversation either, or even the costs associated with that. That's a separate issue.
All right, I think we discussed it enough.
Is it reasonable to have a conversation with each one of the firms about how they're gonna deal with or how they're presenting the conflict of interest to the board? And I mean, I need that information. I don't know if I can come up with it.
Yeah, I don't think it can hurt.
So how would you wanna do that?
Ask him now.
Oh, yeah, I don't have any issue with,
I don't have any issue with asking.
I would certainly, it's a contract issue, so whatever, it may be reasonable to have that as a contract discussion in an executive session issue, individually with each one of the firms.
This has to be decided before the end of the year, correct? So do we have another meeting?
Nope.
We don't,
No,
we're at one in December?
That's why the agenda's this long.
this is it.
One of the a few meetings ago, we canceled the December 24th meeting.
Christmas Eve one.
Right.
I don't think anybody was gonna come on Christmas
I
Eve.
forgot. We're in December right now. I thought we're still in November.
All right, if we wanna do the executive session, we're gonna have to wait till the end.
Okay.
In fairness to.
Yeah, I'm in support of that. I don't wanna do that now.
Okay, then I think we move on
Okay.
to the next one. Move on to engineering service RFP. 2 on that one again. Any discussion, suggestions?
Did I miss something, or did BNL give any figures, like Alex did?
Did you look at their proposal?
It's really, it's not there.
It's not there? So I didn't miss that?
They're here if you wanna ask them.
Okay, I'm asking you.
Well, we can certainly answer that. My name is Ken Knudsen. I'm the co-signatory and senior vice president on the cover letter here, who serve as officer in charge for the town selections for these services. So, as is typical and as outlined here in section 5, you know, we would execute or propose to execute what we call a master service agreement. And
Get that?
He answered it.
Any thoughts?
I'm good.
Gene?
Just, I mean, there's nothing really in the responses and not, I just, when we, you know, for just the timeliness and the completeness of the reviews has been an issue in the past, and it just needs to be clear that, delays on projects, that, you know, not getting the reviews done for the boards. There have been issues with, complaints about, Alex, you're sitting here, so I'm not gonna say anything that hasn't already been said, but it's just the, you know, the appearance of what the town attorney is doing with the applicants, you know, as far as presenting the information or going along in the public setting. Those are, the interest of the town absolutely has to be first. That hasn't been in the past, so I need that. That's a concern of mine that I wanna make sure isn't an issue moving forward. The timeliness of the reviews, the completeness of the reviews has gotta be part of that, as far as, you know, an accountability issue in the next year, you know, to look at that. And I did not see where, Barton Lee Judas's proposal was really responsive enough for me to really evaluate that as, you know, I understand the negotiated fee portion of it. But with what was submitted to me, I didn't see how I could support that one moving forward for the town engineer on that.
I understand. Like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve, ERDA Engineers' proposal.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion on that?
Alex, is anything that was brought up or discussed here, do you disagree with, you support? I'm not putting you on the spot, but do you understand it, acknowledge it, and know what the expectations are?
We've had discussion on time limits before, I don't have any, I think, not rejecting anything you say.
Okay.
Okay.
And, yep, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, we understand and support your decision. What I would offer, the other option here is certainly Alex knows you now. I look at Barton News, your solar systems, we have a bench of experts in various areas that could be a resource for yourselves and for Alex beyond water, wastewater. Lisa, slate of professionals, so we know how to work with it. So we can make it up for that, and Alex needs assistance as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, just the last comment that I think that as a board that we need to understand is, you know, what the role and purpose of the town engineer is for. And I'm certainly gonna defer to Alex to address it in the future, but there's a lot of times that he's asked to do things that are outside of his scope and doesn't communicate all of those back to us for whatever reasons it is. I mean, I understand some of them, why it happens, but we tend to put responsibility and action items into the town engineer's plate that shouldn't be there. I just think we need to be cognizant of that too, because there's times that our asks at a town overload that position, that compromises their ability to meet milestones and deadlines. So we just really need to make sure we're asking them to do what we've done the RFP for, so that he can do those base contract functions first and deal with additional work on top or in-house.
Great point.
Just say no sometimes. Okay, no further discussion, we can have a roll call?
None.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye. Okay, moving on to the final one, Town of Shenango Insurance Brokerage Services, RFP. I think we only had one for that,
Right.
so, do you have a discussion on it, or?
I have no issue with supporting Smith Brothers. They've been responsive and they've done what I believe that they need to do. And they've worked at keeping our insurance costs, we're in line with, the industry, so I'm fine with them.
I agree with you on that, very responsive.
And I'll make a motion to award, Smith Brothers the insurance, in accordance with the terms of the RFP.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
I have none.
None.
No.
None? Okay, roll call.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye. So for the attorney ones, if you want to stay and speak with us in executive session at the end of the meeting, it might be a little while if you want to go get something to eat.
Just really quick if I could, you have a Whitney Point meeting at 7 o'clock that I'm appearing at via Zoom, so I will be outside for that, but if it gets to that stage, not to miss anything, I could ask somebody to reach out to me just so that I can come back for it, that would be great.
Yeah, we can.
I'll be
Do-
Nick will be.
Oh, Nico, okay. We'll get you then.
Yeah,
Don't want you to think I'm bailing on you.
I get it.
We won't exclude you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, then we're gonna move on to 5.2, the PFAS payment schedule. The email that Greg, so did we miss the deadline for that, Greg?
Forwarded the email that I received today to you and Nate, said it was a 3 PM deadline. Next step, and then we signed it today, send it in, and it'll get bumped on. But
We didn't approve taking the payment option at the last meeting?
No, I don't believe we did.
We didn't.
We wanted to, because we didn't, we wanted the attorneys.
So, I think I brought this up in a meeting in November, like early November, that we'd gotten the same correspondence from them before, where they were proposing to offer you a lump sum payment today instead of getting the settlement monies over 7 years. And then I think when I was talking with Jay earlier, and he recalled at the November 24th meeting that you folks decided, at least the members who were present then, decided to accept the money over time instead of, my money now, because there is a pretty significant discount. And if that, yeah, I wasn't there, I'm just repeating what Jay recalled. There's a significant discount on the monies that you would get if you.
We
take
did
it
not
today.
have a decision because I didn't know what was the best option, and no one could explain it to me right away, so we did not make
I think we discussed it.
we just
and were-
discussed it.
And I think I was in agreement with you on, I might as well take the payments, but,
And I think the payments are automatic, right? If you
Yeah.
didn't request by 3 PM today.
so I guess the other board members that were not here on the 26th meeting, what do you feel on that?
I can't see taking the discount.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I agreed with it. I wasn't sworn in yet at that point.
No, no.
Actually, you weren't.
You weren't, no.
You were here,
So-
but
but
you
I
didn't-
was present for that meeting, and Gene, you weren't here. And I agree 100%, yeah.
Okay.
So the deadline
Was 3 PM today.
to accept the one-time payment.
Yes.
Yes.
So I guess we just want to make sure that we didn't lose all the payments.
No.
No.
just waiting to see if Nate can give us sway one way or the other.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I remember.
That's what I.
And then I'll tell you, it's not really a legal thing, it's a money thing,
Yeah.
when you want your money.
Okay.
Sounds like you guys are okay taking it over a longer period of time.
Okay, no need to talk more about it.
I
then,
was
do
gonna
we?
say, there's no
No?
action needed from us, right?
Correct.
All right, we're moving on.
Kevin, though, the only thing that addresses for you, like, or as a board, but as the financial thing for the budget and the income for the revenue, when we do the budgets, it'll be a revenue over 5 years, right?
I think it was like 7 years. Yes, yeah, it'll have to come in
we just need to make sure that that's in the budget and stuff like that, that's all.
Yeah, I gotta figure out how they were doing that, cause we were already getting them. There's a folder up there.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Okay. 5.3, water, wastewater treatment plant updates. We have 2 pay apps, 19 and 18. And, everybody take a look at those. Any questions, or do you wanna make a motion to approve them?
I will make a motion to approve the contract 1A application number 19 and the contract 1B payment application number 18, both
So-
final.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
I have none.
I have none.
Done.
Okay, roll call.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye. Okay, and then if you look at the third item on there, the contract with Municipal Solutions amendment, that's for the extension of the contract. I believe it's their fees for extending the, I think it's $9,000 addition.
It is.
So I just need your approval for me to sign that.
If you want to wait to do that by resolution in January, within the normal term of services, I think, for municipal solutions.
Okay.
So it's not, I'm not aware of this being an immediate, oh, you got to do it tonight.
I'd prefer to do a resolution.
That's fine. I just put it on there because we just received it. I just wanted to make sure everybody saw it.
I don't have any issue with it or comments to it, to have anything changes or recommendations for.
Okay.
I thought this needed to be executed within 30 days, and the date of this letter is December 4th.
I will confirm with Jeff Smith. I'd be shocked if they changed the terms and conditions of this by.
I would too, but, I didn't.
Yeah,
I'm okay
you're
with
you're right.
Kevin
It does say
executing
that.
the agreement if need be.
If you want to do what we've done, which is do a motion tonight, and then we can do a resolution ratifying your motion, just so that we've got a resolution in the hopper.
That would be my preference.
I'd like to not carry that process into 2026 because it gets cumbersome. And it gets confusing on motions and resolutions. Would it be an issue if we did the motion to prepare the resolution for our next meeting as submitted? That gives them the notice.
That's fine. I'm just,
Well, I could shoot him an email
Right.
momentarily saying this is what you're or what you guys are doing.
yeah, that's fine.
I think that if you wanted to do that, and I'll make a motion to prepare a resolution for our next meeting for the Municipal Solutions proposal in accordance with their December 4th proposal.
I'll second that.
These dollars, just to confirm, are already built into contingency? Because
There-
it's,
there is,
I'm
there's-
reading this as 9,000 to 55,000, not 9,000.
It's
an
an
additional nine.
increase by 9.
It's increased
Yeah,
by
it says
9,000.
increase by 9.
Oh, okay. It's not a,
No,
Okay,
no, it's
understood.
not difference.
And there is contingency.
It's 46 now.
gotcha, okay. And where is that $9,000 right now? That is in that budget line already?
We'll have to add it.
From general?
I'm assuming that comes out of contingency.
It comes
That's
out of
what I was asking.
contingency,
Out of the
Project,
which
out of
is,
the project.
It's already built into that additional 9,000 outside of that.
That's under the administration and our budget breakdown, so that 9,000 will come out of that.
Okay, yeah, then I have no problem with that at all.
okay. So no other discussion on that?
None.
None.
I have none.
Okay, roll call.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye. And just one other thing with the wastewater treatment plant, we did receive the $6,800,000 grant, DEC grant money.
Oh, good.
And it came to the town, and then we had to wire it to EFC to, so, it was a big ordeal, just to take the money and wire the money. But we got it, it's there, ready to pay the project.
Excellent.
Okay,
That is good news.
moving on, 5.4, solar moratorium discussion. See the backup material there. I guess, big discussion would be the town board letter from the Murray Law Firm. Everybody have a chance to take a look at that?
Yeah, they're asking for an amendment in the moratorium on, section 6, the grandfathering clause. That essentially would just exempt them.
Well,
Go ahead.
Didn't our process on this, because we canceled the public hearing for this and it's now scheduled for January, that this is kind of a little bit premature, but this also, with this issue with grandfathering, doesn't really come into effect at all because there's nothing in place.
Right.
Right.
That's how I look
So-
at it.
It's just a letter that they wrote to us. But again, this is a discussion really, obviously, we're having the public hearing on January 7th. And then we would have a subsequent discussion and vote, I suspect, would be the 21st meeting, January 21st. So, when I look at this, I look at this and for me, it's just information only, right? Because we haven't had the discussions on this, but obviously to include, just to make everyone aware that this letter is out there, and I'm sure the public can see it and can comment on it at the public hearing.
But the planning board is still going through their review or their process,
N-
or not, or?
No, we have a response from the planning board,
But they're in favor of the
or
moratorium.
the moratorium.
But as far as their views on the actual project, they haven't decided if it's a go or a no, right?
They have not.
Okay. But to be grandfathered in, doesn't the project have to be approved by the planning board? Is it been accepted by the town, but
So,
before the moratorium comes in place?
so the draft moratorium has a section in it for grandfathering of legal pre-existing non-conforming uses. So if the project, as we've drafted it, if the project has approval prior to you taking action on this, then yes, it would be a grandfathered one. They're asking,
Can we concentrate on this issue of grandfathering? Because it really doesn't exist anywhere in our local law.
well, in the draft moratorium, we have a
But he's saying
paragraph.
existing.
Oh,
and I
existing.
agree.
Yes, no, there's no.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, there are no grandfather. For purposes of the moratorium, we've used the word grandfathered because for purposes of the moratorium, existing projects that have been approved, that are already built, if they need a permit to fix something, we're gonna give them a permit to fix their, solar panels, electric connections, all that stuff, because those have been approved, no issues there. What the developer is proposing is modifying our language in this paragraph to also allow pending applications as of March 8th, 2023, to be exempt from the moratorium as well.
But the suggestion of the modifications is to the moratorium, which is not implemented yet.
Correct, yeah,
So I
but
think to your point is there isn't an opportunity for them to use a grandfathered clause in the existing law.
That's the way I understand it as well.
Me too.
I am and as far as a conversation issue with changing the language of the solar law as it's been prepared and reviewed, once we start the process, would reset that clock if we made that kind of a significant change. Not necessarily that change, but any significant or material change after it's been published for public hearing would need to have that start from scratch. So, I still think that this discussion's early.
Okay. I know I was just told to put this back on here with the information. So if there's no further discussion on it, we can move on.
I'm not sure it's early for the discussion insofar as the applicant has sent the request. You know, if you guys want to change the law in response to the request, and I'm not suggesting that you should, but if you wanted to, you could direct me to make that change now, and we'd probably then move the January 7th hearing to another date to accommodate that. Just to be clear, and if you on Gene and I guess I'm not sure if what you're thinking is on January 7th, if the town board does choose to enact a moratorium, you would then consider this request to modify the moratorium?
Well, because we hadn't approved
Let me
it.
just back up a little bit,
Yeah.
sorry about that, Jay. January 7th, we wouldn't be enacting it anyway, that's the public hearing night. But for the conversation of, am I interested at this point, changing the language of the local law to exclude permit applications that are in progress? I am not in favor of that. So,
And I agree.
And I agree.
Okay. Yeah, and, okay. I'm just trying to get clarity.
No, that's good. No, that's good clarity.
no,
But
but
I'm not
I'm-
in agreement to change it.
I'm offering that out now because the comment you made that it's not early. So if it's appropriate now, that's my position.
And I do think it's appropriate now, because they've asked, and what they've asked is us to change the law that is drafted, not adopted, but they want us to modify it to accommodate their request. So now's an appropriate time, if you think yes or no, to say that, and then the public knows what you think as well, and then you've dealt with this request. We don't have to, it's not extant after the January 7th meeting. You know, I mean, I'm happy to send a letter to them if you want me to after the meeting tonight, saying, thank you, the town board discussed and currently has decided to leave the local law as drafted.
Okay. I guess, and specifically because there is no meeting between now and the January 7th, if we didn't make a decision tonight, it would have been carried through with the language that it exists now. So, but I don't have, so, is that accurate?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So now I'm confused. Now, do you want to make a decision, or?
I don't think
do you need-
anything needs to be done.
I
I
don't
don't
believe
either,
it does
but
either. I'm
it-
perfectly
do-
fine with the solar moratorium as it's written right now, the law for the public hearing.
The letter I would send to them is basically the town board discussed and decided to take no action on your request.
Perfect.
I'm fine with you writing that. You guys okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm fine.
All right. We're gonna move on to 5.5. We got 8 minutes, but we can always interrupt it. So 5.5, ZBA reappointment discussion. I hope everybody had a chance to go through all this. Okay.
I did, and you had the recommendations.
There's recommendations, there's training issues. Not all-
I think they're two separate issues. Right, the recommendations for appointment were made, and then the training issues appear to be ongoing.
Yes, so I guess it's up to the board how they want to handle. You already made one appointment. There's a resolution down below that we did at the last meeting. Or we didn't do the rest, excuse me, but the resolution is below for the appointment to the ZBA. A new appointment. So is that person gonna be an alternate? Is that person gonna be a permanent? Is that,
The way I read this, and Dave, jump in,
Yeah.
please. That person was permanent,
Yes.
and the reappointment was moved to an alternate.
The person, Brian there, he's gonna replace Alita's position as a permanent person on the ZBA. Now, we're gonna have maybe a few issues coming up between now and the end of the year. Can you explain the situation there, Mr. Brewster? Because things may fall into place when we talk about training requirements possibly. That we may have some more possibly openings up at the end of the year. That's why I'm kind of vague about this, because I don't know if there's a one answer till the end of the year before I can answer them. Depending on what we do later on in the discussion.
Would you like me to address that?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, yes, we have the recommendation, as you know, to replace Alita's position, which is a full member. That's on your table, and I would say mostly done. So, then beyond that, we have the two current members, well, one member, one alternate, that expire their terms at the end of the year, and therefore there needs to be discussion and decision on how to move forward with that. And you have my recommendations, as I stated in September, and then we have the new process that we went through to select the member, and we have candidates on that you will need to look into as well, and discuss the training issues if you'd like to come to your conclusion as to how to set the zoning board for 26. That's the way I see it.
All right, I understand that. So is it premature to, before the 31st, before they have a chance to turn in all their training, for the board to make a decision on what they want to do?
I see our charge as the town board to enforce the legislation, and that is training. We can't reappoint somebody who failed to meet the training. If they have the ability till December 31st to get their training in, then, and we don't appoint them tonight, from previous council's position was that is a carryover until we do something. So if that, in fact, they carry over until we appoint them at a subsequent meeting, I don't see any harm or foul for that if they get their training in. If they don't get their training in, then ZBA would immediately need to start looking for that position, and that one would be vacant at that point.
And that's what I was getting at, and I agree with you on that. I think we should wait till a January meeting to give them to the 31st to get their training in.
I'm fine with that.
But do you want to make the policy to keep on continuing that? Or from now on, you gotta have it, we won't even consider you if you don't have the mounted training by the end of the year, that don't carry them on?
I believe it's the state. Is it the state that requires it 1 year, or is it the town code that requires it 1 year? I thought the state
It
did.
is stated in both places, but
Both.
the requirement is at the state level.
And that's 1st to the 31st of 1st of January to 31st of December,
Annual training, yes.
annual training. So I think we need to follow that.
So if I look at this, Dan was an alternate.
Yes.
He has satisfied his training.
Yes. To
And-
the best of my knowledge.
Yep, and I think that's what
Yes.
I'm looking at. You've asked that he be appointed a permanent position as opposed to an alternate.
That was my recommendation in
And
September,
then-
yes.
Mr. Miller, who was a permanent, you're requesting to have him be an alternate.
No. Basically, okay, I see where you're going there. So, my September recommendation would have moved, would have moved Dan into the permanent membership that was vacant by Alita. So, and he's willing to take a membership. He's also willing to stay as alternate.
Okay, because I have a resolution in front of me that has him as a full member, and Mr. Miller is an alternate member.
Jay, I drafted alternatives for
You
all
did.
scenarios.
He did all
Oh,
scenarios.
That's
Excited.
what that is.
That's
Okay,
like
I'm
whatever
just
you guys
looking at
wanna
them in
do.
order, and I'm going,
Yep,
okay,
all scenarios covered there.
okay.
I'm not
So-
aware, I'm not aware of those other
Oh,
resolutions.
and I apologize.
So go ahead.
So when I look at this, is there, Gene, when you look at this, because I agree with your premise here, is there any reason not to approve Mr. Walters to the zoning board? He satisfied the requirement, if I'm looking at this correctly. And I think we have a new member as well.
The resolution that we're doing for the ZBA later tonight is for Brian Collins.
Brian, yes.
For the one that I understood that we were having the conversation with about, what was based off of the September recommendation with Mr. Miller.
Yes, so that's where we still are then, right, Jim? We're still there, because obviously the scenario I was just reading had those two flip-flopped,
Sure.
had Dan and
yeah,
Ed flip-flopped.
Sure.
Okay. And that's what we're saying, we're gonna hold and see if those training requirements are satisfied by the 31st, and then we would go back to reappointment to both the permanent and the alternate.
I stand by my September recommendations, but you also have the other process that we went through, the candidates there too. But it's your choice.
Sure.
I'm not recommending, except for what I did in September.
Okay.
I'll stick by that.
So, Mr. Brewster, from your September recommendation and from the candidates that I understood, it was Brian who was gonna be replacing the seat held previously by Ms. Alita.
Yes.
Right? That left Dan Walters in the alternate spot.
But both reappointments, right? They were both reappointments.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm-
And then we're tabling the discussion on Mr. Miller until until.
But
the end of
do
the
you
year.
want to table the discussion on both reappointments?
No.
Just, okay.
I don't. There's nothing that I think is holding up those.
So then the only thing you might want to consider, because I prepared for all eventualities, do you want Mr. Walters to be in the permanent seat?
Oh,
You see, yeah.
What is your recommendation? Mr.
I-
Brewster, what's your recommendation?
From your September recommendation.
For
you
Mr.
had
Walters.
Mr. Walters as an alternate and Mr. Miller as permanent.
I'm not quite sure how that came through, because
Mr. Brewster's
the September recommendation was to move, without knowing that we were gonna, solicit for new candidates, was to move Mr. Walters to the vacant slot. So then we would have, Mr. Miller retaining his spot as, from what I knew back then. And then there would be, an alternate to pick from the board, or by the board, so, yeah.
But now that Brian has that vacancy, do you have a recommendation for the two existing members?
I do not, except for what I just outlined for that.
Do you want to make a decision tonight, or do you want to?
I think it's appropriate that we make the decision tonight for the replacement for Alita seat and for the alternate.
Okay, so we have Alita seat already in there under the resolutions. That was Brian Collins, was it?
Yes.
So that one's taken care of. So now it's going to be the alternate.
And that was Mr. Walters.
Okay. There is a resolution here for Mr. Walters to be the ZBA alternate.
There should be.
Yep.
6:03.
Yes. Okay, so when we do resolutions, we can do both of those.
Okay.
Everybody good with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster.
All right, now we're gonna be, public hearings, a little bit after 6, sorry about that. So we're gonna open up the public hearing, and can we open them all together, Nate, or do we need to, separately?
You should do one at a time.
Okay, so these are the fire protection districts for the town of Shenango. We're gonna open up the Shenango Bridge Fire Company 2026 fire contract, public hearing. Would anybody like to speak at this time? All right, I don't believe anybody wants to speak. Does the board have any discussion?
I have none.
I have none.
Okay, so we are going to close the public hearing for the Shenango Bridge Fire Company. And now we are gonna open the public hearing for the Shenango Fire Company, 2026 fire contract, if anybody would like to speak at this time. Not seeing anybody out there. Does the board have any discussion?
None.
I have none.
Okay. We're gonna close the public hearing for the Shenango Fire Company 2026 fire contract and open the final one, the Shenango Forks Volunteer Fire Company 2026 fire contract. Would anybody like to speak on the final one? Seeing nobody, the board have any discussion?
None.
None.
I have none.
Okay, we are gonna close the public hearing for the Shenango Forks Volunteer Fire Company fire contract 2026. Public hearings are closed at this time. We're gonna move on to new business. 7.1, cybersecurity discussion, Nicholas Spencer. Come on up.
So I sent over some attachments last week. It's been an ongoing conversation with the town for many years now. An ever-increasing threat to local governments across New York State. Something that NYMER used to include in their program. About 5 years ago, they changed that and separated out to a separate coverage. At that time, the town had decided that they didn't want to purchase the additional cyber insurance. And, you know, we've had ongoing discussions about adding it back. We provided some quote options. The quotes that I provided were to put into effect January 1st. I use that as just a holder for now, for your, you know, information while considering adding this coverage. It is a very important coverage that we suggest all of our municipalities to include. The threat and the number of attacks against municipalities has continued to increase substantially. And the benefits that you'll have include both, you know, first-party protection for direct cost to the town if you are to have a cyber incident, as well as your third-party liability if a cyber incident results in damages to one of your vendors, or if you have expenses that you have to incur because of residents or employees lost information. And as you'll see on the quote proposals, the additional coverage does not come at too great of a cost. You know, the premiums are very reasonable for the additional coverage that they offer. Do you have any questions for me about either of the options or the coverage in general?
Can you explain what the, why the options on the coverages were so much different? Like the option one was $375,000 for the breach response coverage, and option two was $500,000. Why is there a discrepancy between them?
Yeah, so NYMER, they added just within the past year a second option. So NYMER really just facilitates the cyber coverage through other carriers. It's not something that they provide the insurance for directly, but they've secured these programs for their members. They added their option 2 just within the past year. So it's a different carrier that actually underwrites and provides the coverage. So they're able to offer broader coverage than their original option. So it does come at a slightly higher cost, but the coverages that they offer I included, we did secure quotes from a couple of different carriers. I just presented the NYMER options as well as Coalition, which was the best option available out of the standalone specialty cyber carriers that we work with. Based on some of the coverage considerations, all the additional benefits that the town could receive from either option, my suggestion would be to go with the Coalition option. It not only has the lowest cost, but it has the broadest coverage. It includes an additional outside limit for your breach expenses, which is a really nice benefit, as well as they have some really great value-added services in terms of training, additional penetration testing that they can assist you with. This would be additional to you because you are already insured with NYMER for all of your other primary property and casualty lines. You already have access to their cybersecurity services. That's not predicated on you being insured through them for cybersecurity. So you could also get the lowest cost option with Coalition and add on their additional services. But I wanted to present both because they are both strong options.
What's everybody thinking? Any other questions?
One thing that I really didn't, I know that these policies are written specifically to detail out what the coverages are. But there's a whole slice of this world that coverages are, that don't cover this. I mean, and so, where is that information? Like, because there are things that if there's an attack through a printer that doesn't have the firmware updated, that's an exclusion. I mean, what kind of risk is the town at for those kind of things?
So, broadly speaking,
Yep.
all the carriers, they're operating. Most of those things aren't going to be something that you should be too concerned about because they're going to be really eliminating like very negligent practices of not maintaining your regular updates. But the flip side of that is that that's built into the policies to give the carriers an option to deny if there's someone that's really not keeping up with things and they allow a claim to happen that very easily could have prevented. But they're also insurance companies. They're in the business of continuing to insure people, and it's very bad publicity for them if they're excluding claims and denying claims that really should be covered. They're going to have a hard time. So it's in their interest to pay claims.
I just didn't see any part of the documentation that listed exclusions. Everything was just really, this is what
Yeah.
this is what's covered. So I don't know exactly the scope of what is excluded, which is information that I think is reasonable to know.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that the exclusions on both programs are going to be fairly consistent. It's all of those standard things that, it's going to apply consistently between the two options. I can provide, I think that I did send over, the NYMER one doesn't really provide that level of detail. I believe the Coalition one at least does provide a list of the applicable forms, which does have a list of which exclusions are there. But I can provide full coverage details and detail of what exclusions would apply to them.
Okay.
Just in my experience, both of these are really strong options that many of our municipal clients work with both of these options.
Could you tell me more about the rapid response services?
Yeah, so that would definitely be a category that, again, I would lean towards Coalition. But that's really one of the greatest benefits to the town is that if you have any sort of cyber incident that's going to be triggering coverage, you're going to have access to a cyber response team. So they'll be able to coordinate with the town on best practices for, what's your game plan? This is the event that's happened. What are you doing to mitigate any further spreading of, potential breach? And they'll walk through that checklist of who do you need to notify, who are the relevant parties that you need to contact with, and then really it just takes a lot of that burden off the town and places it on your carrier. And
Is there anything there for like prevention?
yes,
Is there anything we can tap into for prevention so we can avoid needing the rapid response team?
yes, yeah, that's again something that both of them offer. NYMER's really expanded their prevention and additional services of like training, evaluate all the town's domains and basically serve as like a outside consultant penetration testing to say, hey, we've gone through the town's domains, exposed these potential areas of improvement, and they send that report to you annually so you can work with your IT, managed service provider to address those.
In Coalition, from what I'm seeing here, is this normal for that many carriers to share the risk?
It is, yeah. So the way that they structure this, it's especially common in the cyber world where they do it's called like a syndicate, where a great number of insurance companies sign on for a small percentage of the total risk. But Coalition oversees that whole program, so they all flow through and roll up under one paper.
I'm good.
Anybody else have any questions?
No, I just think that it's important that we do something with it.
Yes, that's why.
I agree.
Yes, but I think the exclusion thing is if we can get that information, so we could take a real good look at it. Anything look good?
If they're- if
You'd
they're
rather see a
similar-
list of exclusions rather than all those forms to read through, right?
I think that there's value for us to know that going forward, but
Yes.
to get it in place, if the exclusions are gonna be similar,
Yeah,
it's not gonna matter, we can get that information and see what our vulnerabilities are.
Right.
I would support the recommendation to go with the Coalition.
Do you want to,
That,
You can,
the exclusions are definitely important for us to know
understand?
where our vulnerabilities are for external costs or no coverage. But we don't have coverage now, so that's.
No, we don't have coverage now. And I believe every employee has to have 1 hour training next year.
Yeah, that's
And
the new
new-
mandate in New York
new
State.
mandate, yeah.
They're, because of the, increased exposure and the threat, there's a whole slew of additional regulations that's being passed and mandates, so.
And, we don't have it for tonight for a resolution, so if we did it for next month for a resolution, would that be time to get the exclusion documentation?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
Yep, we have another meeting on January 7th, so let's get a resolution for that. But
And
Yep, that's
could and then we could do a resolution at that point to authorize it. Is that what you're thinking?
what do you want to? He needs a resolution. He needs to make the resolution.
For
Do-
January, yes.
But which one do you want to pick? The Coalition,
The Coalition.
For
That
the
was at
price of-
5187?
5187. Got that, Nate? I'll remind you.
I don't, so it'll be easy enough, and I'm sure when I'm drafting it, I'll be like, Nick, so what is this again?
But if you can send that information to Jody.
Perfect, yeah.
Yep.
What I'll do is I'll send the full, I wanted to simplify it for the comparison portion.
Yeah,
but
that's-
Since the Coalition one is the stronger one, I'll send the full details of that.
Mhm.
And, yeah, you guys can review all of that. And any further follow-up questions or anything, let me know.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. One quick question on that, as I finalize the quote, I did use that January 1st effective date. The rest of the town's policies are on July 1st renewal cycle. Would it be beneficial to put this in place and then renew on July 1st in line with the other policies, or doesn't it matter to the town? Or?
I don't think that it matters, but my preference is to have them all aligned. So it would be a prorated from January to June and then July 1 on.
Yes, yeah, so we
Is
could
that-
do that with Coalition to put it in
Yeah,
place July 1st and then.
That'd be
let them know
easier.
that- yeah.
Easier for billing and everything.
Yep.
I want to make sure to put it in place for July 1. But we can do coverage between January
Yes.
and July, right?
Yep, yeah,
Okay.
we'll make it effective January 1st.
Okay.
Even if your resolution is January 7th, if I let them know that it's coming, we can tentatively bind coverage and make it official.
You take our word on it, right?
Yes, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
I do need payment up front though. Yeah, that's,
I don't have that much money.
all
Sorry.
right, fair enough, fair enough.
All right. Thank
Great,
you.
yeah,
Thank you.
guys. Yeah, definitely appreciate the kind words and the partnership with the rest of the broker services, so.
Congrat-
Anything else insurance-wise that we can do, just let me know.
All right.
Okay, moving along, 7.2, resolutions review for the January resolutions. Step up, Jody, step right up. Everybody go through those.
You're gonna have to get a little closer to the mic.
You gotta be just like us and yell
How
into
about
it.
that? Is it on?
Yeah,
Thanks, okay.
it is.
The 2026 abstract schedule, it's the same outline as we've always done, when the dates have to go to the town clerk, up to the bookkeeper, and then approved by you guys at the board meetings. Any changes? The same.
I don't have any changes. I just want to qualify that with a topic that Dave had brought up in the past on the process. Just to keep in mind that if we have, in my mind, there's a future discussion on this, the process, and if it may change these dates, but I don't have any comments to change these as they are.
Right, as we stand now, I would agree with that we keep these dates as they are.
Looks good.
Next in line is the town council, planning board, zoning board schedule for meetings. The one I see that may be an issue unless the board decides to still have their meeting is November 11th, that is Veterans Day. Usually we are closed. Are you still planning on having that meeting, or are you changing the date?
I would definitely expect that date to change.
Would it be easier to change it during the year or now?
So, the other thing you'll note, in November, it's budget season.
Oh.
And I would maybe suggest you folks considering, just right now, including on your schedule, meetings for the budget. So you're probably gonna have extra meetings in, October and early November anyway.
So is that a suggestion just to remove it from the calendar?
I was looking at that, and I was thinking, not going into October, but I was thinking putting the 4th and the 18th on and taking the 11th off. 'Cause somewhere around the 20th is where we gotta hit for our budget, and then that still leaves the 25th for our normal one.
I'm in favor of moving it to the 4th.
And I think Gene was proposing having a third meeting in November on the 18th.
Yeah, 4, 18th, and 28th. Or excuse me,
25th.
That's right.
25th.
I got you.
That is the day before Thanksgiving. Just like that happens every year.
No, it doesn't happen every year, but it is this one, because our meetings are every other week, so.
I'm fine with 4, 18, and 25th.
I am too.
I am too.
You might end up finding you could cancel the 25th, depending on how swimmingly the 4th and the 18th go.
True story.
Do you,
Alright.
do you
Alright, so
wanna,
we
do you wanna
wanna-
add another meeting in October? Just knowing, like, budgets, session, time, review, just so again, it's on everybody's calendars now. Just wondering if that might be helpful in planning out vacations and things.
I'm okay with
Yeah.
it too.
It's okay with me, because we said we gotta get started earlier.
You wanna add one?
No, I'm okay with, for October, I'm okay.
Yeah, I am too. I would rather leave the 3 in November as scheduled.
That's fine, we can always add one if we have to.
Yep.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
so
But
I
if-
think what we,
If the, sorry to interrupt, if the budget has to be adopted on the 20th, that means still we're doing it in 2 meetings.
well, no, we just need to get started earlier. That's what that means.
Yeah, nothing's stopping you guys from starting your review in September and really, chiseling in October to approve it in November at the first meeting.
Right.
We're gonna start right after the first of the year, just so you know.
Right, but the only reason I was thinking of that is because I don't know, I don't know the exact date that the budget is due, but the 18th is in that timeframe. so that-
November 20th is the drop dead date.
So
Yeah, the 20th.
that's when we'd have to have it done. The 25th is just a regular scheduled stuff. It's gonna be outside of that schedule for the budget. So we have to manage our time much, much better than we do.
And Darren, just so we got 3 in
And
September,
there are 3 in
so-
September. You're right, Darren. Yep.
All right,
So
I'm good
we're-
with that.
So we're gonna,
Okay.
so we're good?
4, 18, and 25?
4, 18, 25, okay. Next one, the resolution.
Will you also adjust the abstract approved schedule, because that's that's a
Yep.
November 11th issue.
Yep.
Just that to match.
Yep, I'll change that one.
Okay.
So it matches.
Thank you.
Are you gonna do 3 abstracts in November then? Cause that's gonna be real tight for the one between the 18th and the 25th.
I believe that we're gonna have a change in that issue before then, so I'm not planning on 3.
I'll just leave it as 2 right now.
Yeah.
Jody, hang on, with the planning board, the special meeting in October, that's different than a regularly scheduled date?
It's because of move
Yeah,
from
they
Monday
used
to
to the
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Okay, but it's a move date, not necessarily just a special meeting like something's been added?
No, it's moved, because normally
Just-
they do Mondays, but because Monday is the holiday, they're
I
going
just
on
wanna
Tuesday.
confirm, thank
Yep.
you.
Good?
I am.
And just for the, because you brought that up, it reminded me about the conversation with the additional meetings that are scheduled. And it's still our expectation that there aren't additional meetings in 2026 for the planning board unless it's a special meeting that's paid for by the applicant. Is that,
That's my understanding as well.
I think that needs to be relayed to the department head and the board, both board.
okay?
If the board so chooses, that's the decision of the board.
I did, yeah, because it's a budget issue, so if the,
Yep.
I don't wanna, I guess my position on that is that if the planning board needs to have them for their own scheduling issue, there's only a certain number of budget for it, so they've gotta live within that budget.
Yes. Alrighty. Moving on.
The next one is actually a new one. Darren sent this over, and asked for it to be a new resolution, which is the acknowledgement of the highway superintendent has become a member to the New York State Association of Towns Highway Superintendent Executive Committee.
That's just updating last year's, or 2025, so it's just doing whatever years, just so we keep up with it.
Oh, it's not new for this year?
No,
I didn't
this was in 2025, I just got one for that, so we just want to put it back in.
We did it mid-year in 25, if I recall.
So this will be an annual thing every year.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. Next.
Next one, resolution establishing the office of the deputy supervisor and appointing the deputy supervisor. I have it set up right now to keep Jay as the deputy supervisor going for 2026.
Any changes to that?
I have no comment, I have no,
I agree.
Sorry, Jay.
Alright, moving right along.
The fifth one, resolution appointing the dog control officer, obviously keeping with Joel and his new rate for 2026.
I'm good with that.
I'm
Good.
I'm no issue. I just, I don't see a resolution here, unless you guys already did it, and then if I missed it for the signature cards.
We took care of the signature
We did,
cards.
we did, it's done,
That's done.
it's done.
I know you got a phone call because they were done, but they weren't processed at the bank, but she was able, after they called you, I told her to go back and she physically looked at the cards and then called him.
Okay, good, all right, I just wanna make sure it was, I didn't see it, thank you.
Sorry about getting that phone call.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Next, resolution authorizing the employees to attend the training sessions.
I'm good.
And
Yeah, I
this
don't
is-
have a
I'm good.
It's just normal trainings if they have to take it throughout the year. Next one, resolution authorizing the expenditures by the highway superintendent without prior approval. Last year was 15,000, he kept it the same.
Okay,
I'm fine.
Okay.
Good.
Resolution authorizing highway superintendent for the purchase or the rent of equipment.
Good.
Good.
I'm good.
Good.
Next one, resolution appointing the town of Shenango officers and employees and setting the 2026 salary schedule.
Good.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Resolution establishing the work rules for 2026. I know that's the next discussion, so things may change, but this is just basically
Adopting the work rules.
adopting whatever we say.
Yep, that
you
looks
guys
good.
say.
I'm fine with
Good.
it.
Last page of the work rules is always the holiday schedule, so I attached that so you knew what dates everything landed on.
Okay.
Resolution authorizing Highway Law 284, agreement to spend the town highway funds. Joy also sent me the two attachments for the agreement of the expenditures and then the road repairs.
So the question that I've got on this, there is how does this, does it lock you into them, and if these things change, we have to make the changes by resolution?
I don't believe so. I think this is just a tentative one that gives me at least the amount of money that the CHIPS funds that we're spending. And then if for some reason I find during the wintertime that a road does, something changes, I just have to take it off of that one, go to a different one, just like we did this year. We did it once already. When I was doing, at the Wisconsin, or, Columbine certain area, and then found out NICEAG was doing work for new mains, gas mains this year, or gonna be doing them next year. We postponed that one and went on to a different road. So then I just let you guys know that that's a change on my end at whatever point.
So
Is that
it's,
right?
so it's, so it's the dollar amount that is really associated with this, with the
Correct.
schedule of values of the,
It's my
the repairs.
understanding.
I mean, in general, I would say if there's an agreement and it's been approved, and then the dollars or the roads change in some fashion, then there should be an amendment to the agreement. Now, typically, that would just be a resolution from you guys authorizing the change, I think would be adequate to amend the agreement.
Okay, well that,
That's fine, we can do that. I've just, that was,
no, okay, that
I
that
just found the
clarifies my
dollars, yeah.
expectation. If there's a change, it's brought to us, we have to do a resolution to accept the change and see what's going on. Okay,
I think I brought the change the last one. I don't know if we ever did a resolution. It was just basically to get it done on the schedule, but I'll do it that way.
okay. Thank you.
All good?
I have no change.
Yep, we're good.
The next one, the resolution for authorizing, obviously this will be the law firm once you guys make your decision on which one you're going with.
Okay, that one's good.
So that'll change. Resolution for the annual audit. I know there was not one done in 2025. I'm assuming we're gonna have to find someone possibly for 2026.
Yeah, we're doing one in 2026, one way or another. So, I don't,
Do you want to do an RFP for an auditing firm, or do you just want to select one without an RFP? Either is permissible since it's a professional service.
Well, my question on this resolution to do it in January is because there's a blank in here on who it is, that the resolution really isn't, got value for me. So until we do have that,
I don't think we need
Resolution
to.
obviously is from last year. I think that's part of the discussion here is how are we gonna approach this? I think this was just a placeholder, right, Joe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't. I think we can remove it from the annual for now, and then add it when we get a firm and,
That makes the most sense, right?
yes.
Just pull it out of the annual right now and, you know, whether we appoint somebody or send out an RFP, then we can do the resolution at that point. But I suspect that's something you're gonna wanna do in January. At least have the discussion, get this rolling, right?
Yeah.
I would support doing the RFP.
Well, let's do it.
So I can draft one to bring to the January meeting for you guys to discuss, and if you say ship it out, then
Let's,
We'll get
why don't we
shipped
do
out.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
That's a good idea.
okay.
Next one is the resolution approving the engineering contract. I will just need to get the correct pricing and
And-
the contract.
Right, right, and update the dates and
Yep.
everything.
I didn't know who you guys were deciding. So I left it at 2025. Next, resolution authorizing the attendance to the Association of Towns. This will be for 2026 annual meeting and training. I do know we've had 4. We had Judge Fetish, Councilman Luke, Deborah Masternardi from Planning Board, and Brian Donnelly all had mentioned that they would like to go, but it's up to you on who you choose.
Well,
I know,
well,
Judge
we have a
Fetish-
policy on that, so if it fits within the policy, that's all I'm concerned about.
Does it? I don't have that.
That's
I
the
don't
first
have the
time I heard
policy.
those, that's, all I saw was a resolution, this is the first time I heard those names, so the policy.
Yeah, and I
was-
think, again, it's just a placeholder, right?
Oh, and it was, because the dates were all, I just hadn't heard those names, I'm just
I
going
hadn't
back to
either.
their policy is, you know, is, not 2 years in a row, without board approval, so, I don't have any problem with people going, in interest, I just need to know who it is, and if it's within the policy, I don't have any objection, if it isn't within the policy, we can have those conversations.
I was told I was to bring the names and you guys decide which 2 were going to go. And then I place one of them as the delegate and then the other one as the deputy delegate. But maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I don't think we've had issues in the past because we could barely get 2 people to go. So now that there's, huh?
Yeah.
Well, Alex, are you going? Are you going?
There is still a bus through Union, yes.
Well,
No,
I-
it was, the policy was implemented, and we can go back and figure out what it was, but the intent was, because there was a lot of interest, there was always 10 or 12 people or 14 people going, and then that got to be, departments were empty, so the policy was put in place that if you went year 1, you couldn't go year 2. Then you could go year 3, but, so that's all I'm talking about. The last few years, it's kind of dropped off
Well,
with
if we-
So
people
let-
wanting to go.
So, why don't we get a copy of the policy and look at that and see whoever has interest, and then we can make the decision from there.
the only other piece is just confirmation if anyone went in 2025, right? Because that would let you know if they're repeating. So Luke didn't go, so he's probably okay.
I know Brian went last year, but I have yet to receive anything to confirm what he went to.
Just, let's round up what you can, and then we'll make the decision.
Okay. Moving on, resolution establishing, current rates for the opening and closing for cemetery lots. I also added the 2 pieces from Greg, stating that there were no increases, so the rates stay the same as last year.
Looks good.
Okay. That's good. I'm glad you reached out, so I'm comfortable with that then.
Good?
And then the last one, Darren also had mentioned, or Nate had mentioned, that we should add the standard of workday and reporting resolution for elected and appointed officials as an annual thing.
So you might need to rotate it at the top, but there's a button for that. And then it's in the form of a resolution. Once you really read it, you'll see underneath on the left side, it says employer location code. Right below that, it says, be it resolved that the blank of the blank hereby establishes the following standard workdays for these titles and et cetera. So the thing that will need to be done for this is, of course, is filling out the names and other information. I don't have that.
Why do we have to do this when this is already in the work rules? And we do that by resolution.
Yeah, so this, I think it's a good idea to use the form that Neisler's asks for, because it's all the information is right there, exactly how they're asking for it. The work rules is fine as well, it just isn't as complete as what Neisler's is looking for, and this is the exact form that they want to be used.
But this also only applies to people who are in the retirement program.
Yes.
So,
If somebody's not in the retirement system, then they won't need to be included in the retirement system standard workday reporting resolution.
that's where I think it just gets, administratively cumbersome to do the resolution for this, because this does not distinguish between retirement system employee or not. This is just the standard workday for elected and appointed officials.
So you're supposed to fill in specific names of the people, is my understanding. So like your work rules, if what you're referencing in there is like, the standard work week is full-time elected officials, 35 hours, full-time appointed officials, 35 hours, employees are this or that. It's not specific to the person, because we have to report to Neisler's, I think, by person.
Gene, I brought this up because I reached out to them this year because I had to file, with them, every 8 years it has to be done, or your first time after your reelection. And so when I reached out to them, I sent them all my hours for the months that I did. They sent me back information, actually, or an email back, and said this is the form I need to fill out and need to deal with. And I actually just got all this stuff back in the mail yesterday, and I need to bring it to Jody and go over all this so that they can document my hours for retirement to prove that I am working and are doing the hours that are to meet what technically covers a full-time for retirement.
Well, that's a town clerk responsibility, because annually the clerk has to submit all that documentation to the retirement system. And I have to work on that, because that's what I have to do.
100% understand,
Yep.
and
And I don't do any of this, and they accept the stuff that I send the clerk.
100%, I wasn't done, and I'm gonna leave it at that, was not done in the time frame that it needed to be.
It wasn't.
So
understand.
I did it to make sure I covered myself, and they said thank you. Because I didn't want it to,
And I did
3
too.
years down the road.
I understand, but I'm questioning the resolution, not that process.
Okay, and I just wanted this, I guess, so that, from my standpoint, when I put this together, the board has authorized, and we have paper trail that I've put this together at every, it may not have to be yearly, it may be every term, one, so that at least I have it documented for that, in case something changed or not changed, somebody new, but for my own protecting myself, I would like to see this at least for me.
And Gene,
My
Because I
requirement
can
is-
fill that out.
My requirement is annual, not like you 4 or 8, right? Mine is annually.
So Gene, the reason to use the Neisler's form instead of relying on just the work rules is you'll see Neisler's requires very specific information by individual person, not the generic language that we have in the work rules.
Okay?
By no means am I trying to make this more cumbersome.
I'm just questioning, I'm just questions of the process, and is it a duplication of information, that's all.
Of course it did.
Okay.
I'm fine with it. I won't be on it.
I'm fine either way, I will be doing this no matter what.
How's the rest of the board feel?
I guess the other part of the question for this is that this being an annual resolution in January, without it being filled out, is it with these, there's a section in here for the record of the activities and results. The process is that you have to put in a 3-month period of time. That can't be until at least March.
I think Darren's just indicated that we could do this in May, but should be maybe done annually, but May would be the time to do it then instead of January.
Which makes more sense to me on the timing of everything. Yeah.
Okay, so you remove that and do
I'm
it in
okay
May?
if it's filled out too, because I was looking at it
Yeah,
the same way,
we'll
we're
just-
gonna approve a
Oh,
blank
yeah,
document.
I obviously need to fill it out, but Jody, maybe can you make a note to, we do this at May meeting, and then we'll have to bug everybody to
Thank you.
get their record of activities prepared at the beginning of next year, and Dave's gonna have questions about what the record of activities is. So we can talk about that later, Dave.
Well, I also just want to make sure that this does not, it's a duplication of what the clerk has to do. So, but the clerk has to also get that information from us to do that. So, separate from this, Adam, I mean, you still have to do what you're doing with the submission on that. So, I just don't want these things to get duplicated and then one get lost, and then people get letters from the state saying that they're kicked out of the retirement system until they get their paperwork in and all that other stuff, because that can
Understood.
be traumatic.
Gene, I think probably to your point, this resolution should be populated by the information the clerk gathers to do the clerk's job there, right? And then the board just approves it once it's filled out in May.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Good?
I'm good.
So that's it for the resolutions? Okay, unless anybody else has a question.
There's a resolution for the code updates,
We gotta accept the new code.
building code?
Yes, we need to schedule a public hearing for the local law to amend the chapter 25 of your code. So if you schedule that public hearing for January 7th, then yes, I'll have a resolution to make that change. And I've drafted the local law, sent it to you. Doug has indicated no changes to it.
Well, I want to be, I didn't understand why I got it, because I brought it up because it needed to get done, but as a board member, I need to stay out of that issue completely, so if it went to me, it should have gone to the whole board for information issues.
Yeah, yes, you are right. I understand that. I copied you because you prompted it, and it was like, oh, well, I want to show Gene that we're moving it along.
And just as far as administrative issues go, whether or not we do the resolution or not, it's still the ordinance and code department have to review it in accordance with the 25 code, December 30th, anyway. Okay.
We already have 2 public hearings on the 7th.
I imagine the local law public hearing will be pretty short.
Okay, just throwing it out there.
For this issue, anyway. But you guys, I mean, obviously, you folks need to decide if you want to have a public hearing on the local law to amend the chapter 25 of your code to reflect the 2025 uniform code references.
Which I think is needed, but what I'd like to see the local, I don't know how to, because I didn't review it, but with comments, but I would want the intent of that local law to reflect the currently active code, so we're not doing it every 3 or 4 years?
Yeah, I can definitely reference it that way. You know, it's interesting because the state's model version of it referenced the 2020 code explicitly. I understand your point as just being like whatever currently in force code is in effect. I can modify it to do that. That'll take 10 seconds. And I
Because
can-
that matches the format of a lot of our other
Yeah.
codes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Do you want to have a public hearing on January 7th for this local law? Or the 21st?
I think you have to.
I would say the 7th.
Yeah, it,
Oh.
it really is non-controversial.
So a motion to schedule a
Say
public
that,
hearing.
and we're gonna have 500 people.
Motion to schedule a public hearing for the, what are you gonna do, a resolution?
Amendment to chapter 25 of the town code regarding uniform code updates.
Okay, what he said.
Second.
Any discussion?
None.
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 Roll call.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye. Okay, any other discussion on resolutions?
None.
I have none.
None.
Okay, moving to 7.3, work rules discussion. Anybody have any comments on the work rules?
The only comment that I have is I recommend that we put in a list of a definition for department head. We reference that in local laws, we reference that in work rules, but we don't actually define what positions are a department head. Like, the clerk is the department head for the clerk's office, the highway superintendent is the department head for the highway department. The director of public works is the department head for public works department. The supervisor is the department head for the supervisor's office. And we have, right now, Diane, we have a department head for the code and ordinance. We have referenced in the past the assessor as the department head for the assessor's office. And I just think that that should be memorialized somewhere, if it's not necessarily in the work rules. But I think it's a good place to put them. I would just stay away from names, it would just be positions.
So, okay. I think if the board is open to seeing what that ends up looking like as changes to the work rules, my recommendation would be approve the work rules as they exist right now, because Gene and I can get together just to make sure I understand exactly what you just said, and do a red line to the work rules, which you could then approve at a later meeting, early next year. Just that way there's no gap in your,
Well, I think the agenda for the 7th is gonna be, we've got time to put that into there for the agenda so it can be in the work rules for the discussion as it's adopted on the 7th.
well, if you think you're gonna have time to discuss it January 7th.
I think that's the only thing.
We should.
So,
We
so
should.
There's some other discussion of the work rules that I have, and it's definitely to do with the new time clocks that we put in. And the employees have brought it to my attention, which I think the board needs to be brought up to speed on, is it's saying that you have to clock in 7 minutes prior, and that you can't clock out to 7 minutes after. If I'm reading that wrong, please someone explain that to me.
Which
What-
page
It's on
are you
page
looking at?
5.
Page 5.
Yeah, what is the issue?
So are you gonna compensate the employees for 14 minutes of time? If they're clocking in 7 minutes early and 7 minutes after? I'm just bringing what's being brought to me. Don't shoot the messenger.
I thought this was just a rounding issue. That's all I saw it as.
Yeah,
If somebody clocked in at 8 o'clock, there's no penalty.
right.
Yeah, well, and I can tell you the conversation about that one, because these are in the current work rules, as they are right now. So the issue with that was if the attendance and the timeliness is what prompted it. So that's the accountability portion of it. But if you had 4 people sitting there trying to get to the time clock and they all came in at 3 minutes to 8, and somebody's clocking in and then they clock in at 8:02, are they gonna get dinged? That's not the intent of it. So as
Right.
long as they clock in within that time period, there's no penalty and there's no bonus. That is their window.
I think the hangup is the last sentence there where it says they're expected to clock in no less than 7 minutes before their shift, if I'm reading that right.
You are
I don't-
reading that.
But I agree with you, Gene, I don't think that was the intent.
It's not the intent, but the
Hey.
employees read that, and that's what they,
I understand that.
Probably should read not more than 7 minutes
Yeah.
before the beginning and after the end of their shift. It shouldn't be not less than.
Right.
Because the idea is
Right.
the rounding, so we don't want
Right,
people.
right, that's why the
Yeah.
rounding schedule is there, so
Right.
it wouldn't be more than.
Because the other part of that was the discussion with the water cooler conversations at 4 o'clock, where somebody's talking to somebody till 4:15 and now they get 15 minutes of overtime. That's not it. Your day is done, you leave. So, yeah, change it to be non-penalized, I'm fine with that.
you're expecting the employees to clock in and clock out at their normal time.
Yes.
Clock in and clock out their normal time for lunch.
Yep. And as long as they're
Breaks.
in within a 7-minute before, 7-minute after, is
Okay.
that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would resolve it.
Yeah.
Okay.
More than
I-
7
I'm
before or
just-
7 after.
Okay, so then with the time clocks, how are we doing these with the cards? So the cards get punched? Where do you want the cards to go? There's nothing written about the cards, where the cards go, who gets the cards, where's the cards gonna be retained for?
The department heads take them up to the payroll.
So the cards, because they're still gonna have to fill out sheets.
Mhm.
Each department head's still gotta fill out sheets, because you have comp time, not comp time, but, vacation,
Yes.
that's not recorded on the
That's
cards.
that's right.
So the cards are gonna go with the sheets.
Yep.
To Human Resource, to Jody,
Right.
to do payroll. Okay, and will she keep all the cards
Yes.
as records?
Yep.
Okay. Am I missing anything?
That's my expectation.
And these are questions that have been brought up, so I'm bringing it to the board, so we can do the process correctly, because the time clocks are in and the cards have shown up, they just need to be programmed, and then they'll be operational. We're gonna start the 29th. That'll be the first payroll of 2026,
Okay.
because we missed this payroll, so. What? Okay.
Again,
That's funny. Okay.
I just had a few suggestions with the workflow. I know we, in the past, had trouble possibly retaining employees for certain things, and people looking for, more time off. So on our vacation schedule, that you have there, a current employee in the town hall, does not receive any more vacation until after 10 years. Now, in the CBAs, it's 6 months, 1 year, 7 years, so on and so forth. I know the difference is between 35 and 40. I was wondering if the town was interested in looking at the vacation schedule for the town hall employees and mimicking something similar to the CBAs. That may help us retain employees here or attract. The other thing I noticed there is sick leave. When you go to retire, or if you resign, you
Is that part of general work rules, or is that each individual contract?
No,
C-
so,
CBA is different.
Yeah, that's different.
so
He's
there's two contracts with the town, which he was talking about. If you wanna, I have the vacation schedules for the two contracts, how they get laid out. But in the work rules are the town employees that are not
Understood.
bargaining units.
Okay.
So, and
Greg?
that's in the work rules.
Greg, I don't have any issue with having the conversation, but those are budget issues, so it's gotta be a discussion next year and to see how things do go in with the budget. But I would want a letter from you with your recommendations on the changes to the work rules for the town board to discuss, so that I could also have time to think about the issues before we have a discussion. That's where I'm sitting with them, but I'm not opposed to having the conversation.
I think that's fair.
No, I reached out to NICEWORD. The only way the sick time goes into your retirement system is if you physically retire from here, not if you leave. If you resign, you lose it.
Yep. Yeah.
No, that's fine, and it's, put something together for the board, so we can all look at it and have a discussion on it. Thank you. Does anybody else have anything?
On the overtime policy, you need permission from the department head and the supervisor. How does that work? Is it just a verbal?
It has, in the past, it's been written.
It's been written, okay.
And the
I
way-
have one. I have a written one right now with Joy that we do every year,
And-
as my secretary to the highway superintendent, in case there's a winter storm, there's a state of
No, I-
emergency, there's something
And
that
I sign.
I
Okay.
need, and then he had
I just-
signed it for me. We have it documented in both offices.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
That should say written.
Yeah, and
There
it's,
should be something there.
I think you understand this, but just so Luke follows, and maybe you already have, the idea is not every single time they need to have overtime, they have to get it. It's broad categories. In these scenarios, you're
Right.
okay.
And that's how Darren's is written.
But that's specific with Darren's issue.
Yes.
It is every specific instance for overtime for general.
Because it does say that.
Yes, and that's it, because there was overtime that was compensation, comp time, and all of that stuff was not, there was no controls set in place. That was one of the reasons why comp time went away, so that we could control it. But the overtime issue wasn't approved by anybody until after it was already worked. And then we didn't have, we had to because the employee worked it. So if somebody is needed to get overtime, then it's a request from or the employee to the department head has to approve it, and the supervisor has to approve it because it's a budget issue.
So,
Prior.
do you want me to notify you when that happens?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't wanna be notified. I'm just saying it, the way that's written, it says prior to doing it.
Yes, it's supposed to be prior.
Yeah.
And with during Darren's, it is prior because the policy exists for that.
Right, for highway. I get that, but this doesn't say written either.
Right. Oh,
It just says prior permission.
You can change it to be written.
yep. I have no issue with putting it in as written. What section is that, Jay?
Page four. Page four.
Page four? The only reason I'm asking is if you guys, if you want, I could redline that and redline the department stuff to get to you guys for the agenda.
That would be great.
Okay.
Thanks, Gene.
Page four. 40 hours. Where specifically, just so.
The first sentence, Gene,
First
under
sentence.
employee overtime is only permitted with written.
Prior
Prior.
written permission. Yep. Okay.
So then the only flag I guess you guys might want to consider about that is, will there be or could there be an emergency situation requiring overtime where the supervisor is not available and the deputy supervisor is not available. I'm just trying to think, like, maybe Greg's got some guys working a water main break in the middle of the night, and he's like, all hands on deck. We gotta get out there, and Kevin and Jay are sleeping.
Do we not have a policy for water mains?
We don't approve that anyways, it's already,
You know what, you're right, it's in the CBA,
in
not,
the CBA.
not the work rules.
That would be more for if I had to, I'd have to have a clerk come in to make phone calls to notify, that the water's gonna shut off. But most times if it's on a weekend or night, we just, we do it as an emergency. But if it's a major thing, like I'm shutting down a plaza, I'd probably have a clerk come in to help make the phone calls to close the phone. That'd be the only time I would have.
So as far as, but as far as this situation or issue goes with the emergencies gives the supervisor different privileges, and you have the authority as a financial officer to approve those hours under an emergency situation. That is not in our standard work rules. It's outside of that. So I don't have any problem with using that path for an emergency issue.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, I mean,
Yeah, good.
emergencies are totally different situations.
Okay?
Anything else for the work rules?
Is there a specific section for the definitions of the department heads? I was gonna suggest that they go in on page 1 at the end of the employee classifications, just for department heads, and list them there.
Right, and actually it would bleed over and start on page 2, right? Because
Yep.
that's where the yep.
Yep, because temporary
Yeah, that would be
employees
perfect.
after
I think that's a perfect spot for them.
that. Okay.
So I guess I have one question then. How many hours is the supervisor supposed to work?
3.
Oh,
45.
I have no expectation of how many hours that you're supposed to work.
I thought there was issues with that in the past.
The issue with the past was with from my memory on the issue was it's a part-time position. And whether or not you are or aren't in the retirement system, it was based around the conversation of a town councilman position of 6 hours on a standard workday. It was not that was not it. It was just whatever needs to happen to get the work done. It is not a full-time position. It's not 40 hours. There's no expectation for that. And if you could do your job in 2 hours or an hour or 2 hours every 3 days, I mean, that's my only expectation.
Okay, so but the work rule states not more than 35 hours.
Because it's part-time. But the work rules don't say
Yes,
say
it
that.
does. Part-time elected official, and it says supervisor on the
It's
Pa-
for
what page,
it's for
Kev?
part-time.
On page 1?
Schedule A. Schedule A, page 1.
Yep.
Part-time elected officials. Less than 35 hours per week.
Yes.
Includes the supervisor, town councilman, and town justice.
There's not an expectation for me that the town supervisor works 34 hours a week.
Okay.
From memory, it is
Yeah.
listed that way so that it's not full-time. Because full-time is
Yeah,
a
because
minimum
you're
of
under
35.
part-time, right? You're listed here under part-time.
Yep. Fine.
Kevin-
I'm just clearing this up because we've had discussions in the past about this. So, I just want to make sure that I don't get told not to work too many hours.
I would, it is a part-time, so I think that position is limited to a maximum of 34 and a half, because if you start working 35, then it's full-time.
Okay.
And full-time has benefits that we took away from the board members for health insurances and sick time and vacation and all that stuff. That's not part of full-time.
Okay. Good. That clears it up. Any other questions or any other discussion on work rules?
I have none.
Good.
No.
Good? Good. Jody, you good? You got anything else for us, or? All right, then we're
Thank you,
done with
Jody.
work rules for now.
Okay.
On to 7.4, budget line adjustments. Did my best. I don't know if it's the best. There's a lot of lines that were over. The crucial ones are the state retirement lines, because we have to pay the state retirement December 15th. So, and those lines were short.
Kevin, I think it looks fine.
There's just the one line that I can't do anything with, the sewage treatment contractual line. 70,000 over. And there's just not enough money in this budget to cover it.
You also have to take into consideration the releving one, if we have county coming back, that's $84,000.
Okay.
And that's why I couldn't do anything with that line.
When do you think the re-levy money will come in, Greg?
Usually doesn't come until after January. I had talked to Dwayne that the town should make me whole, and because the general fund receives the re-levy money anyways, and they transfer it to me. So if the town wants to make me whole with what is owed to the water and sewer, we just get the money we get.
So what he's saying, without saying it, is an interfund loan from the general fund to the water, sewer, and this amount of money to cover the budget shortfall. It gets paid back in
And if you
January.
looked at the financials, there's already a bunch of interfund loans to sewer.
When you say a bunch, how much?
180,000. Look at the financials. Look, I am not an accountant, I'm not a bookkeeper, so I cannot explain this to you, so.
So this is, we're down to a timing issue here too, right?
Well, he has money in his accounts. He has money in his physical checking accounts to pay his bills. This is ledger. This is the town's ledger, town budget. That's what these lines are short.
So I guess I'm still trying to reconcile how we're gonna account for this. Once you're made whole, the other revenues you're expecting to receive are still part of your 2025 budget?
I'm already in my 26 billing.
You're in your 26 billing.
I'll see part of that this year. What that 70,000 is from when I re-levied in. I didn't receive those funds coming in throughout the year. So that's where the shortfall. Still couldn't pay that back.
What I'm saying is that you budgeted so much in that line and you went 70,000 over that. But what I'm saying is, I understand that it was cut, but then it wasn't right to begin with. If,
But how do we make that whole? I mean, it seems like this just stays out there. I mean, you don't, do you have a mechanism, say the general fund moves that money in there as some form of loan, how do you ever become whole? Or does this just keep carrying over year after year
Greg-
until it becomes part of a future budget to levy?
Greg will need to raise the rates to accumulate
But
monies to
I
pay
guess
for
where I'm
those.
going is, was that accounted for in the 2026 rates?
No, because we weren't, didn't have anybody here that was giving us that much of that. I was under the impression that everything was gonna be offset when the 84,000 came in. That's what the impression I
But-
was.
Okay, but you're saying the 84,000 didn't account for this?
No, I see what you're saying, yeah. The
for 2025.
We weren't able to
There-
pay that extra additional money because the rates weren't brought in. I would have been able to offset that additional expense if the rates came in, but they did not.
All right,
And it's
so this
not
is-
just this year.
No,
It goes back to 2024. There needs to be an audit, and it
Say,
needs to be done as soon as possible.
yeah.
but
Fully
you see where
understand.
I'm going, Luke, right? It's
Oh,
still a
I totally see where you're
$70,000
going. I
problem.
just don't understand it without seeing it in front of me. Because without seeing this laid out in front of me, I don't know if we get the 84,000.
But it's in the wrong fiscal year.
Exactly. So I have to see this.
Right.
We need the
It's
audit.
almost, it almost is gonna turn into a loan until that can be levied in a future rate.
But I'm under
to
the
cover
impression that it was accounted for in the budget, and there's an additional
It wasn't.
70,000?
It wasn't.
I don't believe it wasn't,
no,
it
I
wasn't
think-
accounted for in
Right,
the
I think the
revenues.
impression is we're 70,000 over budget, which already included those other revenues.
Yep.
So it's a shortfall.
And I think you were given misinformation, and,
Yeah, that's another issue.
and I understand, it's a
Yep.
whole nother issue, but what I'm saying is that's why there's,
Okay.
it keeps compounding,
Right.
and you can't balance it out.
Yeah, especially if it's 2 years old.
But if you wanna take that line out of the mix right now and look at the rest of the budget transfers.
Yeah,
Everything
I think I do.
else-
I think I do.
I think
mean,
if you, do you understand them?
Oh, yeah.
I
No,
tried to
I
go
think the
through this.
descriptions were great. I think you've got the line, or the ledger numbers in there. I mean, I followed it.
And nothing is such a high amount that it's like alarm.
No, it's just really to try to straighten it out before the end of the year. Cause there is money in the other lines, just needs to be moved around.
So the audit will give us guidance on how to get rid of this, or just gonna point out, just gonna verify that it's there?
It's gonna expose the issues.
Yeah, it's gonna tell us what we're doing wrong, why this is like this, and what is the proper way to do it and way to correct it. Not saying that there's gonna be problems with correcting it, but it needs to be,
So if you pull it out now and we don't discuss it tonight, doing it later to solve it is not gonna hurt anything?
No, if you have funds to pay the bills, he's just still short 70,000. I mean, it's gotta be addressed sooner or later. And at this point, it appears to me that he's gonna need a loan.
Yes. Because we don't know exactly when those funds come in, but in the meantime,
But
we
those
have to
funds
pay
still
bills.
can't cover it. I mean, it's still it's an ongoing problem.
Yes.
He's got no mechanism currently to cover that shortfall,
Correct.
unless he's under budget in 2026.
there's definitely some accounting issues here, because he does have a large amount of money in his sewer bank account.
Right.
So there's definitely an issue here.
Right, so, and I guess where
Something's
you're
not
going, Luke,
account-
is
hasn't been
you're
accounted
right,
for.
it's not accounted for.
Correct.
So maybe an audit would expose that, and miraculously, there's funds
Plug-
to cover it.
yeah,
Right,
plug half the
yeah,
hole or
yeah,
something.
Right, yep,
Yeah.
yep, good point.
We can pay his bills. That's not the issue.
Right, so I think we remove that one from here, and I mean, I have no issue with those other modifications. I don't want that one to hold it up.
What is the result of removing that out and the ability to pay bills from that? If we don't do the resolution to adjust these budget numbers, and that stays at a $70,000
That's what we've been discussing,
I
cause
know,
it's
but-
odd that it does nothing at this point.
There's no bills that are due?
Well, he's got cash to pay bills. This is, from what I understand, am I understanding this right? That this is a line item issue or a budget issue in his budget, but you have money in your account to pay bills at this point. So what we were trying to do,
I'm telling you, that don't, you could change, and that's, and it is,
yeah, that's just what I've heard.
I am telling you.
I understand what you heard, but for a
We don't know
line
how.
item, for a line item in the budget, it doesn't have anything to do with a bank account.
I agree with you.
It doesn't.
I agree.
It doesn't.
But
Right.
You're right, it doesn't, but what I'm saying
unless
is
there's a
that-
loan to be made for that, I don't know how that gets covered.
My question is, are there bills that need to be paid for on that line item that is currently a $70,000 deficit?
Yes.
Then you have to do a budget transfer. You have to make that whole to get it to zero, and you have to increase it enough for those expected budget numbers.
Because you can't, you're saying he can't,
You
you can't
you
pay the
cannot
bills,
legally write a
write check
on an account that is, on a line item that is zero, that is below.
on a line item.
On a line item.
You are correct.
On a line item, okay.
And the audit will still review and
I,
expose the
I
issue.
understand, I didn't think about the line item.
Kevin, does
Right.
the schedule
I understand what you're saying, you
identify
can't write
the
a check against
additional
that line
appropriated
item,
monies
then
come from the
against that
general
ledger
fund?
line, if it's underfunded.
Right.
Does the schedule that you put together show for this line, the additional appropriated monies coming from the general fund? Because I think we've talked about this needing to be, or you've talked about this needing to be an interfund loan from the
If you
general fund.
want to adjust this line, then you have to adjust it from fund balance, general fund balance.
That has to be a loan, right?
Yeah, it'll get,
It'll get recorded as a loan, it'll be
Yeah.
interfund transfer
Yep.
loan. I mean, Dwayne will record that.
It'll be a deficit on this side,
Yes.
and it'll be a revenue on that
And
side as an
But that's why I left
outstanding.
it question marks and was a board discussion. I'm not the one that's gonna say, use fund balance to cover that.
And that's appropriate, Kevin, but Greg, if we're talking about
Can't.
70,422, that it's right now that it's a deficit, the transfer has to be what you're also expecting, what those costs are that you've gotta cover. And if I would project that out through 6 months, so that we can get it squared away.
well, this is just for the 2025 budget, so he
Yeah,
just needs to do it.
this closes out the year.
Well, I understand that, but it'll close out the year, but we don't have any, and then it only takes it to zero. And then he can't pay his bills because it's at zero, so we've gotta give him additional money.
He's got the 2026 budget.
Yeah, he's got the 2026 budget to work on at the
Which
next
will-
step. This just cleans up 25.
This is
I
only,
understand that.
this is the financials, this is based off the last financials, which is the end of November. So you still have your December bills,
Yep.
and you still have the cleanup abstract, and 1/7 is the cleanup abstract. That'll be 2025 too. So you're definitely gonna be, I don't even know how to predict that.
No, I know in the past, even before I took over, you see it like they kept moving about. If they were putting that money in there every year, it'd be substantially larger than it's not. Why can't we use that money to offset my budget like it's been done in the past somehow? Don't know how, just, I'm not upstairs.
I don't think you have any, I think they used your capital reserve already.
The capital improvement fund that used to charge $9 every year.
Yes.
That, I don't think that ever got touched. We don't have
I couldn't, I don't think I showed it, but
It should be what we received in, should be that.
Yeah. My memory of that conversation was partially why the previous auditor wouldn't go back and re-audit.
yes. So you have 67,000 capital improvements reserve fund. But then when you go down, you have due to other funds, 181,000. So that's money that's been loaned to you. I'm just,
But it is your responsibility, so we all gotta work together to figure out what it is. So I
And,
think.
and that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not attacking you, and this is what a discussion we've had before, but. Yeah. We have to fix this.
But-
It's just odd, you know, we're in no different place today than we were last year. There was no other really substantial expenditures that I can recall this year than it was the last few years.
Well, you said you had you had more chemicals, and that's what's coming out of this sewage treatment contractual line. I looked up, there was a lot of chemicals coming out of there.
Correct. But we also take into consideration, we never, like, there's other lines that probably, they moved from that line to cover other things. Employee salary rates went up. We didn't raise
That's,
our rates.
yeah, but that's not out of
I
this line.
understand it, but maybe the money got moved, I don't know.
I think Kevin and the rest of the board need to know what is gonna need to apply to that line item between now and December 31st, because that's the number to be added onto the 70.
And I just divided what you had spent. It looks like it's about 25 a month is where that's been going. So if he's 70 short now, if you made the loan for 100, but you tell me.
I can't do a resolution on rough. So, but, yes, perfect. Okay.
So we're not gonna approve the resolution? That's fine, I would,
Um,
I'm not gonna lose any sleep.
We need, but I think we need to approve the resolution.
Do you want to do?
We need to approve the resolution.
You know, the 70, well, so I think what we've heard is that, and Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, all the other line items that you guys are adjusting, there might be expenses that need to be cut out of some of those.
Yeah.
So if you don't approve any of these, then, to Gene's point earlier, no checks can be cut. And then I also don't know, in this abstract that you're going to approve later tonight, which of those checks need to get pulled out because you're not approving the budget modifications that are on the agenda tonight as well.
I know as a base, we've got to do the 70, so if that, and that's what the resolution is based on, is the 70.
Or do we make it larger and have a not to exceed?
I say do the 70, because we've got to get a number, we can do another line item adjustment.
And then it covers all the other ones.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that, $70,422.72. We'll cover the deficit in that line.
Yeah.
I make a motion that we accept the budget modification request dated 12/9/2025 as is with the 70,422.72 number.
So we do have a resolution later in the agenda
Oh,
for
we already-
approving this, but that's exactly what you're going to need to say,
Okay.
because that's how the schedule will be modified.
Okay, perfect.
All right, is everybody good, or do you have any more discussion on this?
None.
None.
Okay. 7.5, gas and electric RFP proposals. Adam, did we get any?
One from Constellation.
I don't see the proposals, or the one proposal, so certainly review that, and I'd probably suggest comparing it to the rates NICEAG has been charging you for the last month, and decide if you want to go to Constellation or not, or
And
stay with NICEAG.
Can you distribute that and the RFP to the town board, and then we'll just make sure it's on the agenda for the next meeting? But if you could do that sooner rather than later, just as that, so we can look at it.
I'll do that tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll be moving on then to 7.6, floodplain stormwater discussion. You discussing this in your report? Okay. Then we're moving on to 8.1, highway report.
Wonderful. So there's a couple items there, just to touch base. As you can read there, I got a request for speed limit on Atchison Road from a resident. Checked in with the Transportation DOT, said obviously there was nothing there. Puts that speed limit on Atchison Road at 55 miles an hour. Not what I need. So, want to do a speed study over there, but I need the board, a resolution, and the board to authorize that, so just giving a heads up that I'm gonna, if Nate can get one prepared for next meeting, we'll have that ready to go, so we can get going on that.
Darren, are you supporting that?
What, supporting the 55?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. I'm supporting doing a speed study so we can get it lowered. Because I'm requesting, in the speed study, I'll request the speed limits, the speed that we want on that road, and which would be within the realm of what the rest of them are up there. And that'll be part of the resolution. But I just, you guys have to approve that so we can get going with that. Under the floodplain, and stormwater discussion, it's on the report there also. Obviously, I've been doing that for the remainder of the year, and I know we've discussed a couple times, but trying to figure out where we want to go starting January 1. Totally understand there was no compensation for it, totally understand that. I did it, to do it, make sure we got compliance and all that. But I can't be the floodplain no matter what. I can do stormwater, but I can't be flood. And this was always in the code, and now that we have a code guy, I believe that Doug was starting to work on some of the classes, so it's my recommendation we put it back to the code. If he's willing to do it, and I think he is. I haven't had a discussion with him, but I just want to know where we want to go starting January 1 with this. Because there is quite a bit it's been going on. We got a bunch of, especially with the floodplain stuff.
And why is it that you can't be it?
Because you have to be a certified code inspector, and then it was brought to my attention by a code officer that is helping us, that's an elected official cannot put any stop work orders out there. As the highway superintendent being elected, I can't do a stop work order.
This has all been conversation, nothing's been submitted for, like, supporting any of that, so I just have a hard time digesting all of this without actual supporting documents to say, or to verify you can't do it, or that that's what is my issue.
My issue is, why is he doing it? The reason he was doing it was because we didn't have a code enforcement officer.
Because we didn't have a department head,
We didn't have a code enforcement officer. He resigned.
but we have one now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why we asked Darren to do it, because we were in a pickle, because we didn't have anybody. So somebody had to do it. Correct? I'm just trying
And then
to.
I found it, we were reading in the, I don't remember which one it was, the code or something, it states in there, you have to be a certified code enforcement officer to do it. I still did it, and then it was brought to my attention, I don't know how I didn't have this conversation, but it was said to me that as an elected official, you can't put a stop work order out there. I don't know.
I'm not familiar with that, and I would probably ask whoever told Darren that to provide some reference or guidance explaining that. I mean, I can try to look it up, but the absence of a thing is often hard to find. If there's an affirmative thing that says this, and this person, whoever it is saying, oh, where it's coming from.
So I guess just my conversation was that we asked him to do this to help us out, because we
I
didn't
don't
have.
care that it is or it isn't.
Exactly,
there.
and so that's what I'm saying. So now we say we have a code enforcement officer, but we really don't, because we have a building safety inspector, even though he's CEO certified.
If he's passed all 6 of his classes, then
Correct.
he's CEO certified.
He is CEO certified,
He-
but we
he-
hired him as a building safety inspector.
He
Two
is-
separate issues.
Yes,
And he,
Yes, it is.
And he can, if it's the CEO certification that is required, which I'm making an assumption that that's accurate, I have never seen that is a requirement, but if it is, then it should go to the code, back to the code, because that was the intent all along, to be the permanent employee of the code enforcement officer.
Okay, so then that's gonna be a whole nother discussion, because we've hired him as a BSI, paying him as a BSI. So now, do we change his civil service title to CEO, code enforcement officer? Do we, he's
But
listed in, as a building could be a whole nother discussion that we can
Right,
have in
and I
another
thought
meeting.
that
And
was
I
the
can bring all
intent.
the material, send all the material and all the backup, because it's,
It definitely should go back to the code.
okay. So that's where we're at with it. It's gonna go back to the code.
I
So
mean-
we need to do a resolution for that, correct?
Yeah, because your current outstanding resolution is Darren's the guy, so we need one to make either Randy or Doug, I'm assuming Doug, the guy. And then the question would be, I'm assuming you want Doug to be appointed as a code enforcement officer and not just the building inspector.
That's a separate issue. This conversation is about the requirement for the floodplain, having to have a requirement for a CEO. I want to see that documentation first, because if that is or isn't the case, he could have been it months ago. He has a CEO, that doesn't have anything to do with
I haven't
his-
seen it either. I was told it, but I haven't seen the certificate.
I think that CEO piece is getting mixed and matched with stormwater management officer, perhaps, and being able to issue notice of violations on that, Darren.
But that's fine. So that's, to
There-
me, the point, I think we need to see the certificate. We need to see his number that he's certified. And then we need a resolution to send it back to him as an employee of the town.
And I would like to see the requirement that the stormwater management officer is required to have a CEO certification.
Yeah, because we don't know that, but I think what the intent all along was to use Darren until Doug got up to speed.
Yeah.
So I agree with you, it should go back to code, but we need some additional information prior to making that call.
Right. And that is a separate issue, because it does not elevate anybody's position from a BSI to a CEO.
I'm not convinced of that either.
For the stormwater management officer, that's a title in our code, 57B, also in the state speedy stuff. But that entity should also be designated as your duly authorized representative for signing on certain MS4 sign-off forms when a SWIP is reviewed. If we don't have that title listed with the state, there's a form we have to file. We filed it for Gavin, so he's still on record. But being that he wasn't available until we fill that seat again as the duly authorized person, the stormwater management officer title doesn't just give the signatory ability, it's the duly authorized title. And Kevin would have to sign as the supervisor for MS4 sign-off on stormwater plans. So if, say, the solar project goes through later this month, Kevin would be signing that stormwater permit, because I don't think he did the duly authorized form. I think you gave him the stormwater management officer title by our code, but not the other piece for the state. There are two titles that we have to have.
And I think all the paperwork we're asking for will support that
Yes.
conversation.
And then I think you're right. That's a whole nother conversation about the civil service title, BSI, CEO, and that whole thing. Because it's written, you've read them. We're gonna have to discuss that at another time.
So regarding Darren's status is regarding the flood stuff, there is, under section 39-10, your local code designates the ordinance administrator / building inspector of the town as the local administrator for floodplain. So I think that must be what you were referring to when somebody maybe told you that you have to be a code guy or a building inspector for that, which apparently under your local code, yes.
All right, so we'll need that on 1/7 meeting with backup material. All right, anything else, Darren?
No, just that other stuff for road work, but we can discuss that later in the year.
Yeah, it's gonna be a whole nother discussion. Anybody have anything for Darren?
I have none.
have nothing.
We're good.
Okay. 8.2 DPW report.
The report, there's a few things I'll touch on. For the sewer, 2 above ground lift stations were put online so far as of 12/2. There's an attachment after this for the RFP for treatment plant operations. We finished, I worked with Nate and Alex on that. The only other big thing was with the 12A service area, I did 2 public notifications. For the DOH or EPA, those were sent out by 11/1/9 that week. And I also started doing water quality sampling on 3 locations in the 12A service area for the DOH. Any questions on the report?
On the lift stations, Greg, is it being pumped down weekly because the plant's not operational yet, or is that just normal?
It's normal. We pump them down.
You pump them down every week?
I have nothing. Anybody else?
Nothing on the report.
The second thing is the recommendation to Justin Ferguson to the water and sewer maintainer to replace the septicemia. Asking for permission to offer that to him. The first year rate that we did
Third year, right? Or no? Which,
the offer the first. And they have the option to
I would probably take the board's decision regarding the prior grievance as instruction for what to offer for this person.
Yeah, I think that's, we've already discussed it. And we-
What was that grievance?
So there was a grievance on, last meeting, there was a grievance from DPW on the first year rate for promoting to a position. And we gave them we hired them at first year rate. They pointed out in the contract where it says you can only go through wage progression once.
The board
So
agreed.
essentially what happened was we had an internal hire, right, move from one position to the other. An existing employee who had been here a number of years. And when this was viewed as a promotion, when he looked at the rate, he was actually getting a pay cut. So there was some ambiguity in the contract where, you know, you'd go through the wage progression once, but it was like, okay, I get it. So what we decided to do was keep him at his third year rate and just kind of took it as a promotional thing, right? He moved from one position to another, but he stayed in the third year rate as opposed to starting all over again.
Okay.
So that's what the union grieved it, we agreed. Frankly, I think the language is ambiguous at best, because you could argue one way or another, but it didn't seem right.
So the recommendation for this issue is?
Is not to do the same thing we did last time and wait for the union to grieve it, because this is still.
It's
Agreed union rate, so whatever we agree upon. I left it vague.
Right.
Okay.
So instead of having him start back over through a wage progression at another classification, we keep them whatever year they're in, and it's viewed as an actual promotion.
Just for a decision, I would need to know what that is, not,
For the dollars, yeah.
Right.
Because on the grievance, we knew what we were talking about.
Yeah, and Greg, because the board made a decision about how this language should be implemented, I don't think you need to say at the agreed rate, to Gene's point, just put, you know, he's either in his first year, second year, or third year,
Right.
put that rate in. They'd probably like to know when his original hire date was and when he trips over into the next year up.
but I have no problem with you offering it.
I'll offer it, I'll provide all the information.
Yes.
Can't take money away from an employee, that's,
Yeah, and that's what it turned out to be.
it wouldn't be your employee.
The next thing is, notice the bid for the
How are we gonna compensate this? I think we need to hold off on it.
Can we put it out to bid without awarding it and have the conversation about the fund balance?
That's fine with me if you want to.
Yeah.
We're under no obligation to accept or award, I should say.
Do we have a budget number of what this is? The only question I've got about doing that is if it's a reality that we're not gonna do it, to have people go through the process of the internal cost of putting together proposals is real. And if we're not gonna be able to award it, that would keep me from wanting to put it out. I don't see that dinging the fund balance. I think we have we need to have the discussion on it. But I don't see that harming our fund balance issue, and we've already, so I'm fine with putting it out.
Did you see our tax cap issue that I sent out?
Yep.
Okay.
But I respect what you're saying, so I mean, if we hold on it, we hold on it. I'm just, if it's a fund balance issue, that tax cap issue isn't a fund balance discussion.
Send it out to bid. I mean, you think the money's there to, I can't tell you if the money's there. Don't look at me. Try my best, but.
Well, I guess if there's uncertainty with you, Kevin, then pull it.
Let's pull it. Let's hold off on that.
There's nothing that's stopping us from doing this right after the audit.
Or running through the fund balance calcs and running through the tax cap issue. Okay.
I actually had a handful I could send off to you, Nate, because I did go through this. Because that's one of the things that I tagged to, I am, you know, where you have that line item in there, you tell them what they need, but it includes, but not limited to. I don't want someone to think that if I've got a backhoe and a dump truck, I've got all the equipment I need. So I have a couple things in there that I could email those over to everyone. Yeah, there's several of them. There's that I don't need to go through tonight. I can just email those out, and then if you want to put that out.
Just if there's stuff that's going to be changes on it, just get those. Just whatever's going to be put out. I'd like to see a consolidated RFP that we have a conversation about that's got it all.
Okay.
Put it on a future agenda. Get your input on it, make your changes.
Okay.
The last thing, you asked about the Bethel fuel. There it is. Alex and I reached back out. They're waiting on us to make a recommendation on what they offered us or provided us as far as the design drawing. And that's where we're going.
When did we get that?
September.
Greg, where's the transaction window now?
There's no transaction.
There isn't one.
Well, there's one
But-
in my, inside
But,
my office.
but it says relocated transaction window from where?
It's in my office.
Inside.
Yes. And with the glass window that we installed, we utilize that for the different place.
Well, I think that's part of, I had two comments on it. That transaction window on the right-hand side that's in the water department wasn't in the original budget. And you don't show your counter and the other doors that are on this plan, that when you walk into the water department, you've got your transaction window, you've got the door that goes into the department. None of that's shown on the plan, so I'm assuming that that's all getting demoed. And which also wasn't in any of the original budget. Only had the window going into the clerk's office and the communication for that. So when you met with,
Keystone.
all I'm saying is that that wasn't in the original scope from the board for the project. It was a secure vestibule to go in, to control the entry. The clerk's office had the control for getting into the vestibule, doing that, and then contacting the other departments. If somebody came in, they had to get to the assessor, or they had to get to the water department. That was the flow and the control. I'm not.
So there was additional work within the water department space and the town clerk space?
There was no work in the water department space, in the scope.
In the scope. But when you look at this, you're telling me that the relocated window will require additional work within the water department space?
Yes.
What about the town clerk space? Adding that there, is that the only work that happens within the town clerk space, is adding that transaction window? Okay, all right.
It's a little funky.
Yeah, yeah, it looks like fairly significant changes in the clerk space.
Yeah, we might have to talk about that. It's a little funky.
Yeah, and there's the cost for that, the fire shutter is significant. And I know that and the secure vestibule or the secure window and all that wasn't, I'm just looking at what was in the original project scope. So.
Yeah, so the original scope, just so you know, the first bullet is installation of access windows to the town clerk and Department of Public Works offices for public interaction from the vestibule, with consideration given to existing firewalls. So we had, the first bullet was to work on both of them.
Where's that from?
The RFP.
And that's what the board reviewed and recommended.
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna go back and look at that, because that didn't, there was no discussion about a renovation of the counter in the clerk's office, or the demolition of those walls and the doors in the water department.
Well, it appears that it's a consequence of relocating the I understand what you're saying, but it appears that it's a consequence of relocating the window from the water department and adding kind of a mirrored window for the clerk, which is gonna require, you know, some reconfiguration in there. Now, whether or not that's the right plan or not, I don't know.
Yeah.
Suggestion? Can we go to resolutions? We got 5 minutes before 8.
Okay,
So we can get the legal resolutions in,
I'll send you my comments.
and we can
Thank you.
come back to this.
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna move to 9 resolutions. 9.1,
Approving abstract number 26.
so moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
None.
I have none.
I have none.
None. Roll call.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
Resolution 9.2, authorizing C1A change order 6.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion?
None.
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 Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
Resolution 9.3, it's phrased on the agenda as appointing Luke Slota as town council person. I'll note He's been town council person since November 24th, so the resolution is actually ratifying his appointment as of November 24th. Yeah, that'd be fine. It's, the town has a practice of doing things by motion and then having a resolution later on to ratify.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
None.
None?
None, I'm just gonna abstain because I wasn't at the meeting and I didn't partake in the motion. It's the only reflection of why I'm abstaining, so I just wanna say it up front before the vote.
Mr. Slota?
Abstain.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Halpert?
Abstain.
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
Resolution 9.4, approving budget line adjustments, noting, I would suggest an amendment to the schedule to have, let me just pull that back up. The sewage treatment contractual line transfer from fund, general fund balance. I'm not sure. 8559. 8599. An amount of $70,422.72. So that would be the resolution to approve the budget modifications with that amendment.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
None.
None?
None.
Roll call.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Halpert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
Resolution 9.5, appointing Jamie Tennant as senior account clerk.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
None.
None.
When will they start?
29th. She had to give a notice.
Okay.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Halpert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
And finally, Resolution 9.6, appointing Brian Collins as zoning board member to replace the Alita Kinney term.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion?
None.
None?
None.
Roll call.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Halpert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye. Okay, we'll go back, since we got all those in before 8 o'clock.
Thank you, Kevin.
No, yeah, no problem. I just want to make sure we're right on that. So we were back on the vestibule. It's 8.2 DPW report, vestibule. Were you guys done with your discussion, or?
I'm done with it. I'll compile my comments and get them back to that. But the question that I've got is where, you said that Keystone was waiting for us?
Yes,
Since September?
yes,
Was it before the board in September? This drawing?
pretty sure, yeah.
Okay.
I think we added it as soon as we received it from them, put it in front, I think it's got.
Okay.
Drawing dated 9/10. Whatever that's worth. That's the date on the document.
And for my own information, we'll go back and find out when it was on the first time it was on the agenda. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so no more discussion on the vestibule.
Was there any comment on what the estimate for this is? Because, I mean, that was just one drawing.
No estimate.
What's that?
No estimate currently. Just discussion on their concept, just throwing back to us to work on from there.
So that this is as far as they've gotten? Is just one drawing?
Gene?
So the question is what we think of the concept?
Correct. If we like the concept, they would move forward more directly, I would say.
I would not be able to approve it unless I know from them what the estimate is to make sure that it's in there. I can't approve, I know we had a budget for it, and if this is outside of that budget, then they can't move forward with it.
I think I'd also like to see what the scope of work would be in two adjacent spaces. I mean, I don't know what that would include. Enough with your space, Greg, to say that, oh, you gotta do this, or you have to do this to relocate that, I don't know.
And I think that probably would be provided if you like the concept.
Well,
I mean, I get the concept, but it's partial, right?
it doesn't show the detail. If you're removing your counter, when you walk in, you've got carpet issues, you've got wall demo, you've got ceiling issues, you've got electrical issues for relocating lights, you've got HVAC issues. And then once you get into the clerk's office, if you're reconfiguring everything on the clerk's side for that entire counter and creating an end counter there, that's a demolition of all of that. And that wasn't, that scope of removing those fixtures and furnishings was not in there for my understanding of what was being asked for.
It was on the 9/17 meeting.
Okay. Nope, thank you for that. See, I've got that date, so you need to dig that out. I can go back and look at that. Okay.
All right. All right, we're done with the vestibule.
Yep.
Anything else for Greg? Anybody have anything else for Greg?
No, I
No.
don't. Thank you.
Did you see those invoices I sent you from Barra's Vetus, the,
Yes, we need to put, if we want to put the building condition study on the agenda to discuss before we pay.
well, there's 3 outstanding invoices that they're looking for payment on. They were sending them to the wrong email, so we never received them. And so I contacted them today and gave them the right email, so they're gonna be coming to you. When you okay them, they gotta come upstairs.
I think we should have that discussion first if you want, or just, you wanna just leave it as we did the study? We pay them for doing the study, that's, why we.
What's the contract say? I think so. All right, we'll make sure on that, but I just wanna let you know about that. Okay, so 8.3 ordinance report. Everybody take a look at that?
Yes.
Yep.
And I have no questions or comments.
Nope, good. Looks good. Okay. 8.4 dog control report. Everybody take a look at that.
I'm okay.
No questions or comments.
All right. 8.5 attorney's report. Go ahead, attorney.
It's there. Any questions? There is an item attached to the agenda regarding an issue which I forwarded along. We've asked, Lee's here. You know, I'm not saying that we should have a discussion in open session about that letter and the contents of it and what we should be doing next, but if you would like to have an executive session about potential litigation, then we could talk about that letter, and I would say probably invite Lee's in and Alex and possibly Greg in for that discussion as well. There is a very short window of time, at least given by these people, to respond to that letter. Attorneys often say, give me a response within 10 days. Doesn't mean anything other than whether they're gonna follow through on their threat. I'd be surprised if he does anything around Christmas time. He's probably busy.
I have no issue with having the conversation.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we just need to do it after our conversations about the contract.
Okay, so you good on that one? Then now you're 8.5A.
I think that was the 8.5.
Oh, that was that one.
That's it.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right, then we're fine. Supervisor's report. Everybody see the November financials?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, you saw the Chris Fisher?
Yeah.
Forward that to you guys?
I did.
Yes.
Okay.
Are we we talking about the Chris Fisher?
Talk-
response?
What?
Are you asking about the Chris Fisher correspondence?
Yes.
I can say that there's a complete error in the representation of his issue with, as he says that he's waiting for response from J&I. That I just want to say for the record, that is inaccurate and untrue. As far as my point of view, every conversation we've ever had has been either in an attorney-client privilege issue or an executive session with the full board, and every correspondence in writing has been with the attorney and a full board. There's never been a committee assigned for J&I to take the lead on any item or any issue, so that's the part of it that I want clarity on. So him waiting for us, I don't see how that's relevant for anything. I don't even know why it was in there.
I don't believe that that's what that was. That was me asking you guys, because you communicated with him before, if you're communicating with him again. I was very confused because, just like you said, I thought all communications were between him and the board.
Yes,
But all the communications were between him and the past supervisor.
right, I'm just specifically.
So
talking about
I wasn't
Chris.
doing that.
No,
So
it
that's
wa-
why I asked if you guys were gonna contact him, and all I was asking. If you guys said, no, we aren't gonna contact him, then we need to discuss on how we're gonna contact him.
That's not, Chris's letter said that he has not heard from us and he is waiting for information. That's the part that I'm saying is wrong. There was
Yes.
nothing that was ever left in J&I's court
No.
to get back with him. The other issue about his firm closing his doors on the 31st,
Yes.
that is what it is. So he can't represent the town anymore, so, the other issue is with the waiver. I know that we've had the conversation at the board level with that waiver, and there should not be any representation from Coughlin and Gearhart with G. DeVincentis, anything that we had on that. That waiver was not accepted. So,
I agree, it was not.
and it was communicated to him, and he was told to communicate that with Coughlin and Gearhart and with G. DeVincentis, and from what I got from out of that letter, that didn't happen.
Okay. So,
And for the record, I agree 100%. We had a brief conversation about it,
And
and we are both on the same page.
I'm not against you at all.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just,
It's not, and the other part of that, in the suggestion or the offering of meeting with the contractor before the end of the year, I am not in favor of that. Was the other piece of that letter.
I'm not either. The issue has to be addressed, but it has been going on for an undetermined amount of time on this issue. You know, there's 31 letters that are involved in that, and this is not something that has to be done by the end of the year. But it is something that has to be addressed.
yes. Okay. I'm just brought that up.
No, we
You
wanted
guys
to clear it
saw the
up.
correspondence? Yep. And the only other thing I had was the comprehensive plan. I have not heard anything.
But before we get
Okay.
onto that, because of that waiver issue, I think that everything needs to go back to our original conversations for Nate. That's gotta go back to you as the town attorney, right now. I don't see a conflict with you on it. I didn't see it before. Chris is now out of the picture. I just think that all of that's gotta be in your bucket.
So do you want me to send everything from Chris to him?
That's.
I don't think you got the last email, did you? I didn't include you on it.
No, yeah, I haven't been included on
The one,
those.
so I should send that to him.
If that's the result of our conversation.
I can tell you, Gene, because of the conversations that I've had with this and my own review and analysis of it, like, I want to be abundantly cautious before I represent the town affirmatively in this issue, because I don't wanna create an issue, both for myself, but also for you folks. And so I would probably, before affirmatively getting involved, I mean, I'm gonna hire an attorney to review and give me an opinion that if I represent you in this issue, that it's not a conflict for me. You know, just because I want to cover my ass on something like that.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I won't sign you anything yet. Good on that? Comprehensive plan. Has anybody heard anything?
Did you sign it November?
It's been signed for a long time.
November
I've had no communications.
Last I saw was November 14th.
Okay.
Okay. Alex, will you reach out to him?
I can do that again, yeah. I think that was why they responded the last time.
Well, just copy everybody on the board. And remind them that we've got monthly reports that are due to the board that we didn't get. And we don't have any schedules or anything from them.
And I think that's why I brought it up. I didn't know, it's gonna be a board, it's not gonna be a supervisor doing all the communication with them and then bringing it back to the board. It's gonna be a board.
I fully expect it to be a board issue.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna make sure of. Okay, that's all I got. We did the resolutions. Future board topics, 10.1. So we have 3 public hearings on 1/7. Bowling rezone, solar moratorium, and the code. The code,
Uniform code update.
the uniform code update.
And the work rules?
Yes, we gotta put the work rules back on there. Stormwater floodplain discussion.
Can we get some clarity on what that discussion's gonna be? Like, we're gonna get documentation on Doug, right? On whether he's got his certificate number
Yep.
for that. We're gonna get clarity on the requirement for that, appointment, to whether or not it has to be a CEO or not.
And also confirm what Darren was saying about it can't be an elected official. It- Yeah, whatever rules you in or out for it as far as requirements.
Yeah, and I understood the elected official issue to be specific to the highway superintendent.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only it's not like we're gonna put the clerk in that role, unless he's interested. Yeah, no, I mean, it would really truly only affect Darren, but just so we know what the rule is.
Well, it's the distinction on whether or not it's an elected official or the highway superintendent as the elected official. The way that Darren, and if I misunderstood it, Darren, but when you said that it was the highway superintendent who couldn't,
It was an elected official that could not be.
okay.
Not just highway superintendent. If I said highway superintendent, I apologize. I
Nope.
meant
Okay.
elected. And I'll
That's
double check with
clarity,
who I
that's all
found
that's all we needed, okay,
See if I can find out on that.
thanks, yeah.
All right, so we have that. We already said work rules, correct?
Are we adding the traffic study to?
It's a
Do we
resolution.
need to do anything to that?
Traffic study needs to be a resolution, which I think they put together. I gotta try to find it now. We'll get it together.
Okay.
For you
Okay.
guys to approve it.
ZBA appointments. Do you want that discussion back on there?
It would be the one for Mr. Miller.
Yes, it would have to be, it'd be if all the training came in.
Yeah, reconcile all the training and that.
You want all that backup information again, add that back on?
That actually reminds me, we were gonna have a resolution, because we prepared the resolution for Walters.
Yeah, we
Did
missed
not
it.
appoint Mr.
Miller?
Yeah,
No,
and
the
the alternate.
alternate thing, yeah.
Yeah, so
We didn't reappoint him as the alternate.
if you wanna, the resolution is in your agenda. It's under the ZBA section.
Yeah, I saw
I
that.
just forgot to bring it up when we were ripping through them. So if you wanna do that, you can just do that now.
I prefer to do it now, so it's done.
I
All right.
would too.
So, yeah, it'll be 9.7, resolution approving Dan Walters as the alternate ZBA member.
So moved.
Second,
Any discussion?
None.
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 Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Jensen?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye. Back to work rules, or, back to, I'm getting tired. Back to future topics. Future board topics, got ZBA discussion still on there. Do you want that to be joint, cause do you want planning board discussion too?
Yeah,
Cause if they don't have training, we're gonna have to do something there too, correct?
correct.
So,
Can we just get confirmation too on the PFAS payments that those are good to go?
we have the disaster plan on here. We have to do the disaster. Last time we did was
I don't know what we want. I don't think it's like getting the plan out there and looking at it and overseeing it. I think it was more for the board to figure out who they want to head this, to get it moving. Like I said, me and Joy have offered our ability to get it headed and get it going. And with your help at some point, when it comes to that, and figure out who wants, if somebody else wants to help on the board is great. But that's the decision for you guys to make, so we can get it done.
I'm fine with you enjoy.
So we won't even have to have this discussion, we can just start it and then figure out if anybody else wants to help us. If any of you guys want, yeah. It would be nice to have a board member, because it's at the point of, when we have to put like names to board members that, and it's not like we're gonna, that you'll be in charge of that. It's just putting names there, and then you can say, well, no, maybe I don't want it, somebody else can do it. So it's just basically.
I can participate in that.
the county called and they kinda are pushing us on it, emergency services, so.
I'm okay with that, Darren. I'll coordinate that with you.
Okay.
Okay.
So then we don't need that on.
Okay, take that off, no. You got the vestibule on there, do you still wanna do that?
Yeah,
think we should have an
I think
update.
I think we need to keep moving on that discussion.
Yeah. If they've been waiting since September for us, that's on us. But I think it is relevant, Alex, just, we're gonna have it on the agenda as an update for the vestibule, but they've gotta give us an estimate, and that's gotta be part of our January 7th discussion.
We have all the resolutions, first of the year resolutions. The ones we went over tonight are all gonna be on there.
Yep.
I think we should ease up on putting anything else on there. We're gonna have public hearings.
And I'm fine with that, but there are a couple of
What
things
else
that
do
we
you have?
haven't discussed yet that need to go on a later date.
Sure.
I haven't seen anything for the procurement contracts for the annual contracts. So where does that set?
Haven't had a good time to really sit down and review it. Joy's provided some good backup information. I need to get with Greg still to get out of him, the file folder locations of his backup information, and then actually sit down and go through it.
So can we schedule that for the first meeting in February? As an
That would
agenda
be,
item?
yeah, I think with a good hard deadline like that, that will, assuming I'm still around, allow us to get it done by then.
So February 4th?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
did the ZBA then.
Gene, what about a policy review? We talked about that.
We did, and it was, kind of put into Jody's bucket. for
Yeah,
that.
I don't think it needs to be necessarily even January, but I would like to get it out of the way the first quarter anyway. I mean, there's a lot of policies that we reference. I don't have a lot of familiarity with them.
I will touch base with Jody, and we'll start, I mean, I'll start helping her get that.
That'd be great.
together.
I think it'd be beneficial, particularly to Luke and I.
Yep. Okay. Hardware for the camera system? We've gotta, that's gotta be, we gotta get pricing for that. Right?
For what?
Don't we have to buy that,
The backup?
Yeah.
We already did.
Yeah, yeah, I
Oh.
thought we were.
The resolution was a while, I already gave him half down, 12,000 something down to buy the materials. And then when he gets it installed, he gets the rest. It's like 24,000.
Okay.
That was for the 60-day backup, 30 to 60. Yep, that's been done.
Kevin, I think when your supervisor's report, you were gonna bring up the comp plan committee. I don't maybe I lost track of it. Did you guys
I
already
brought
talk
up
about that?
the comprehensive plan thing.
Yeah, you guys need to choose a committee.
No, well, not yet, because that's up to the comp plan firm to put all that together and recommend positions that they want on it before we start talking about a committee. That's in their bucket to give us a recommendation.
Yeah, I guess I'm recalling the way the RFP was drafted, and I think their proposal, and their proposal was that that the town was going to have a committee established as part of, like the very beginning of this. Like the committee should be in place like now.
Right, but they were supposed to lead that and get us who their recommendation was with community members, how many community members, how many town board members, how many planning board members, their recommendation on size, was it gonna be 15, 13, 6? And we haven't gotten any of that.
Yeah, so I guess Kevin will need to reach out if the Gene's recollection is correct and move it along, because my concern, of course, is we're a month in to a 12-month process and it seems like nothing's happened.
Right. And that was part of the conversation that we were having with Alex to find out about those schedules and the reports and to get that information to us on that they're behind on.
Anything else?
Do we want to have the discussion about dog fees?
What, dog fees?
Dog fees. Beginning of this meeting, clerk requested that we have the conversation about an increase in dog fees.
Just an extra $1 for late fees to help offset postage, rising cost of postage, that's all.
If we're increasing fees, then that's a fee issue and it's a public hearing issue, and we gotta change our local laws on our fees. So we gotta get more than just a discussion on it. I don't have any issue with raising it up, but it's not something that we can just do tonight.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it was a future topic. So whatever that
Oh.
process is to keep it going, we're talking about future board topics.
How about on 121? You ready to go January 21st with it? Will that screw you up, Adam, if we go January 21st with it or not? I mean, there's still gonna be some time, and we have to do a public hearing on it and everything.
Yeah, it'll take time, that's okay.
Clerk also requested computers.
That's
As a
not-
future topic.
Yeah, but that's not even a town board issue. If he's got budget for it, do it. It's no different than any other department head.
How about on the 21st, we start the abstract voucher discussion?
Anything else for 1-7? I think we're pretty full on that one.
Are you doing seats only?
Huh?
You gonna do seats only for capacity that night, or this format?
Oh, we're doing seats only for that night?
Okay.
Maybe standing only?
Just checking, just as a reminder.
For which one?
For the
Public hearing.
7th, 1-7.
All right.
That'll be seats only in here. Anything else for 1-7 meeting?
I have nothing.
We're good with the future topics?
Yep, good.
Okay, at this time, we're going to open forum again. Guests shall speak in orderly fashion or limit to remarks of 5 time minutes or less. Speakers shall deliver their comments and concerns in a civil tone without the use of profanity, personal attacks, or other disruptive behavior which may result in offenders' removal from the meeting. The speaker shall not be interrupted except in a matter of urgency. Does anybody want to speak? No. Seeing that there's no one here to speak, anybody want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to go into executive session for discussion on the proposed contract for the town attorney. And invite in separately Nate and, oh, Keegan's back, so, yep, Keegan and Nick, separately to have those conversations.
We can do it all as one and then just have them come in one at a time? Okay. Anybody want to second that?
Second.
Any discussion?
None.
Roll call.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
Let's do it.
Who wants to go first? You guys have preference who goes first?
No, so, the motion was, for Nate first, so I guess start there.
Come on, Nate.
I didn't. Sorry, guys.
No, that is everything. That's all of it. So they're gonna have to go make it right. No one gets copies. I don't think it's, I think it's, I think you can say that in a letter, because like what we found, draft something up.
I saw you guys somewhere. I couldn't remember. I tried to get your attention, but you guys were busy doing something. Yeah. Maybe it was up at Apple Hills, maybe. Oh, am I always busy? Nice to see ya. Not bad. I'm always running late. Yeah. I think it was during the fall stuff at Apple Hills. We were walking out, so we'd done that. We'd beaten and then gone to my daughter up there. You did. Yeah.
And I haven't.
No, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's, we were there with our daughter, and she was running around like crazy.
But that's.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, good. That's last night, at like 11 o'clock. My daughter just like woke up for no reason. It's pretty quiet, but she's like, "Ah, ah." And I look at the camera, and she's sitting up. She goes, Dada, Daddy. Such a sucker. It's unbelievable. I walk in, and she just goes, lay down in the chair.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion to accept, or are we making a proposal to them? Or accept their? So that'll be my motion. Or do you want to make the motion? That'll be my motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
None.
None.
Okay, roll call.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert? Mr. Warden?
Aye. Okay, so now I'd like to make another motion for executive session for the matters relating to potential litigation and invite Lisa Gleason, Greg Burden, and our attorney, Nate Van Wy.
So moved.
Nice, thank you. Yep.
Thanks, Keegan.
Thank you. Thanks, you too.
We got a motion second?
We got a second?
What?
Luke second,
We're good?
right? Yep, we're good.
Okay. Okay, we're good. Let's go. We're running out of time. Like a 10-hour day.
that.
All right, I don't think we have anything else tonight. A motion to adjourn? All in favor?